The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 1. Mecha or Life. Congratulations, Miss Max, you have a healthy baby boy. The doctor smiles down at his exhausted patient. It had been a hard labor, and for a while they had feared the baby would be lost. Can't you fix that? I wanted a girl. I was certain she would be a healthy baby girl. As you probably already know, Miss Max, ethics law prohibits genetic resequencing between birth and adulthood when the patient can legally consent on their own. If you want a baby girl, you can try again and pay for the assurance treatments. No, that won't do at all. Those treatments are more than I make in a year. Carla Max thought to herself while giving the doctor a polite nod. I'll just have to work with what I have. Now if you'll just sign your name and the child's, you're ready for discharge. A bubbly young nurse brought the new mother from her reverie. Sign here, and now, what do I name this child? That simply couldn't be born a girl. Samantha. I will still name her Samantha and she will grow into what she is supposed to be. Yes, that is the best course, Carla Max decided. The son that Carla Max had just given birth to woke up for the first time, confused and trying to grasp at the last fading memories of his past life, just as his mother was hurrying out of the free clinic where he was born. The clinic didn't let patients stay to recover, they just gave them a generic healing injection and discharged them as soon as they could walk again, in order to free up bed space. This newborn boy was Maximilian, hero of the 10 Worlds Crusade, defender of humanity and bonded pilot of the god machine Gloriana. Or at least he was. The memories of his past life were fading fast, until there was nothing left, leaving him alone and confused in this newborn body. The clinic was a gray market office, operated by unlicensed physicians in a run-down part of town. They didn't even do the birth screenings for nanotechnology compatibility, or the screenings for physical and developmental aptitude that are so common at every reputable facility. Instead they had left them all to be done at the legally mandated 6-month government checkup. Every child on Kepler Terminus was closely monitored by the government as a potential military recruit. An intergalactic war had been raging for decades and they needed every soldier and mecha pilot they could get just to survive. Max's head was aching from trying to understand the world around him with nothing as a reference, not even a common language, but he soon found he was able to reach out to a nearby mind belonging to a newborn in a car sitting at a traffic light on the street in front of him. Personal ability active, Max didn't even notice the dialogue at the edge of his vision, or the voice in his mind, he was too preoccupied with what he found. This infant's mind contained incredible memories. Memories of war, of robotic suits fighting on far-off planets, knowledge of languages and of martial arts. Who was this child whose mind he had invaded? There was no sense of self, like they were forgetting who they were, but somehow they were managing to retain some memories of their past life. The exact opposite of Max, who remembered his own name, along with his personal sense of righteousness. Was it possible he wasn't the only one reincarnated? Max knew for certain that he was, but that was all he could clearly recall of his former life. But Max was determined he would not forget these memories that called out to an instinct deep within him. He would carry on that love of robots from this child's fading past life. It was a love that he felt deep in his bones, one that shaped every moment of his mostly forgotten past life. Max, as he preferred to call himself, ignoring the horrid name his mother gave him, soon realized he had a very useful gift. With effort, he could borrow the memories of those around him. With repeated use he could take on a mimicry of their personality and use skills they knew, to some extent. Currently his small body limited much of his ability to duplicate actions. An industrial accident a millennia prior had released nanobots into the atmosphere of Kepler Terminus, where they multiplied and created an artificial intelligence net that infected every citizen of the planet, affecting each person in a different way beginning at birth. Some were born with extra strength, or long lives, some with abilities that bordered on the supernatural. Max had gained one of those types of benefits. The microscopic machines in his body were capable of deciphering the brain patterns of those around him, granting a glimpse into their thoughts and recent memories. Such an ability was highly prized in this world, not for science or justice, but for war and espionage. Max was unaware of that fact, so when the police came with a doctor to give him his overdue 6-month checkup, he didn't try to hide anything and they discovered he had an alpha-level innate talent, which caused them to automatically enroll him in the military academy, as they did for every other talented youth in this Kepler kingdom. The Kepler kingdom, which spanned over 200 populated worlds, was a relatively young kingdom embroiled in constant war and needed all of their best and brightest from every planet. His mother was overjoyed, as parents of future academy students got an extra government stipend to help raise the talented children of the empire. A monthly credit transfer she was free to spend on drugs. Max really didn't care, he just wanted to get away from this crazy woman and her drunkard of a boyfriend, who may or may not be his father. That was the thought that dominated his childhood. That and giant robots. To reach that goal, he put everything he had into developing his abilities, learning to walk and talk before age 1. Much of this was due to the partially active system created by the nanotechnology enhancing and helping develop his mind and body. He had started his second day in this world with a lifetime of someone else's memories, so he had no need to learn the basics, only to tone his body to accomplish them. A feat that is easier said than done for a toddler. In the early years of his life, Max only ever saw the one system notification, the very first, when it partially activated to help him understand the world around him. The system wouldn't fully come online until after a child had started at the military academy, where the AI network would recognize the need. For now it remained only the most basic of a shell, waiting for his body to mature. At home, his mother still insisted he was her daughter, not a boy at all, at least when she was coherent enough to address him and acknowledge his existence. She bought him only dresses, and insisted his blonde hair be worn long and in a constantly refreshed perm. In her mind, that was the only style that properly complemented his baby blue eyes. Were he a normal toddler he would most likely have perished of neglect before age 3, but Max quickly learned to control his body well enough to manipulate small objects, like the fridge door and food containers, making him self-reliant only on there being something edible in the house. Fortunately, his drunkard of a father believed that only the finest of snacks were suitable for watching sports games. So chicken wings, prepackaged burgers, pretzels and orange juice for mixing in his mother's drinks were always in plentiful supply. If that failed, the boy would simply use his father's data tablet to order prepaid delivery, a happy surprise for everyone when it arrived. The planet known as Kepler Terminus was a highly advanced one, with automation and technology involved in every aspect of their lives. Had his parents been responsible, the talented child stipend, as the government called it, would have been enough to buy him an android nanny, pay off a house in a good neighborhood and buy the most advanced of educational virtual reality simulations. Instead, Max learned from the minds of those around him and played pirated versions of the publicly available Mecha trainers with a disabled veteran-turned-hacker who lived a few doors down. The man found the overly mature boy amusing, and after the toddler gave him a timely warning about the approaching minds of the cybersecurity SWAT team, they became the best of friends. He fed the boy's obsession with Mecha, and the boy kept him updated on police activities through regular trips to the convenience store past the local police station. If anyone thought it strange the older man in his wheelchair was always with a child that didn't appear to be his own, nobody in their housing project was willing to say anything about it. A few times Max's parents freaked out on his friend, thinking the man would demand money for babysitting or harm their government-funding meal ticket, but by the time the boy was 3 they stopped caring as long as Max could be found for his mandatory checkups every 6 months. Max passed his entire early childhood in that manner, learning the intricacies of mecha handling, as well as the best ways to repair pirated technology and avoid police detection. He also learned of the system, the artificial intelligence created within everyone in their world that was decently compatible with the technology. Alpha-ranked compatibility like his could activate a higher quality upgrade than the beta and gamma-ranked children, as well as having the chance of activating an innate talent. For delta-ranked children, the data he found on the information nets said it would barely matter to their lives, helping them heal a little faster, or maybe helping them learn trade skills, but with minimal ability to upgrade. F-ranked compatibility, like his parents, would never see the system at all, the technology rejected them as a host. F-ranked citizens made up over half the planet, with the nanobots in their system serving only to assist doctors with testing them for injuries and illness. Alpha-ranked compatibility occurred in less than 1% of the population, making them the military elites, as that was their only available career path. One late spring afternoon as Max and Dave were returning to reality after playing mecha combat games on hacked VR consoles, Dave's mood took a somber turn, causing Max to fear his only true friend was more seriously ill than he let on. A poisonous attack had ruined his organs in battle, but so far the nanobots had been keeping his body stable in its crippled state. You'll be 12 years old soon, and off to the academy the first day of summer, so we need to get you ready. I got you a new uniform and some supplies. Dave finally told him, handing him a package. The bus comes the day after my birthday, so this will be goodbye for a while at least. I'll return from school when I can. Max smiles at his friend who is searching for the cigarette pack sitting under his long numb leg. But first you must survive another princess-themed birthday party. I swear that woman gets more delusional every year. Drugs are rotting her brain. Dave laughs, lighting a smoke from the pack he finally found and placing the pack back under his leg. Wanna spot me a bag of flecked? If she gets high enough she'll forget it's my birthday. Max teases his friend, knowing he won't enable his mother's addiction. Tempting, but no. Now go, and be well until I see you again. Dave says, trying to hide his overflowing emotions as tears run down his leathery cheeks and into his graying beard. Chapter 2. To the academy. Samantha darling, you've got everything packed, right? The academy bus will be here soon to get you. His mother called from the living room. About time too, he couldn't wait to get out of this house and never come back. 12 long years he's waited, studying what he can with virtually zero resources and even less parental support. Yet still, his mother declared last night during his birthday dinner that she wants him to drop out of the academy at age 18 when the government funding for parents ends to become a beauty queen and support the family, refusing to this day to admit that she has a son. While Max waited for the academy transport and watched a spider slowly pull a piece of chipped paint from the wall, his mind wandered to his first memories of mighty ion cannons and Mecha that didn't match anything in the Kepler Kingdom's army. Those memories still stuck with him, driving him every day to learn a little more about mecha piloting. Mostly he learned from Dave the hacker who lived a few doors down, but he did do some official research to look good for the government monitors. After making sure he's connected to his home wireless and using a default spec generic device of course. His parents rarely noticed if he was missing, so the two have spent a great deal of time together, weeks on end in fact, and Max had used the old veteran's VR set to practice on the black market mecha simulators every chance he could, preparing for this day when the academy would come to collect him. There was only so much he could improve himself without having the system active, but many of the lowest ranked pilots had Delta ranked system compatibility, which was basically the same thing. For them only pure talent separated the top from the bottom. The very best could even surpass higher ranked slackers who relied on the system for all their improvements. Dave for his part made sure Max was learning everything necessary to become the sort of military officer that enlisted men like him looked up to. If you ignored the propensity for illegal online activities that is. Are you all ready, sweetie? Carla Max asks her oldest son, holding her twin daughters on her hips. For dinner or for school? Yes to both, mother. I've been studying hard to be the very best student at the academy. That's good news, darling. When I was your age, I was still learning to read. You study robotics for fun and have a daily workout routine. Those kids have nothing on you. Despite his intense dislike for the woman, Max was too kind to mention that high-level system compatibility enhances cognitive abilities, so an F-ranked child really doesn't stand a chance against one with high-ranked compatibility at the same age. Even without his unique advantages. Plus, he's 12 already. Even the most dim-witted of F-ranked children should have long since learned to read by now. But that's better kept to himself. But she was right, he had indeed been studying robotics, far more than his parents knew. From the moment he met Dave, he devoted himself to mecha repair, design, development and piloting techniques. At least as much as he could pirate from the civilian net or hack from the online government servers. It became clear to him by age 2 that those government servers were meant to be hacked. There was nothing confidential on them, but an inquiring mind with a thirst for knowledge could find a great deal there. Like the essentials of manual robot control, academy dexterity training and how to build an antique ion cannon. They were powerful weapons, with the advantage of being driven off the machine's power core and not running out of ammunition, but with the downside of a slow rate of fire, since the ionized plasma took a bit of time to charge. Many line mecha pilots used them. They are the Kepler Kingdom's entry-level mecha, and their newer or lower-ranked pilots are often lacking the skills to accurately deploy a faster-firing weapon. The propaganda on the net portrayed every mecha pilot as heroes of the Kepler Kingdom, but Max had a sneaking suspicion that many were there to be nothing more than fodder for the war machine. Dave despised war, calling it a waste of lives and resources, but made it clear to Max that the right leader could be the difference between life and death. So he insisted Max should be that leader, both for himself and those under him. In the larger but faster Corvette-class Mecha the ion cannons were rare, but in the true heart of the Imperial Mecha squadrons, the Crusader and Phalanx-class giant robots, they were a time-honored favorite. Outdone in many situations by more specialized weapons, like the Gatling cannon Max preferred in combat simulations, they could still eliminate enemy mecha and buildings with great efficiency in the right hands. Coming into the kitchen dressed in a black uniform shirt he got from the old veteran 2 days ago and a clean pair of white pants, Max almost managed to look like the academy cadet he was about to become. All he needed was academy emblems to complete the look. Just one last meal with his family and he was free. "I'm ready for dinner, where's mother gone?" Max asked, ducking his head through the kitchen doorway and finding everyone but her was already present. No matter how much he despises his parents, it's not worth the beating to disrespect them to their faces, even on his last day here. He's still in a rather small preteen body after all. She said something about losing her little girl and hid in the bedroom to look at photo albums and cry again. "Can you pretty please bring her to dinner?" Peter, his father asks. "No problem." Max sighs and walks over towards the bedroom door, which hangs slightly crooked and has a large hole in the middle from a previous argument between his parents. "Mama, the food is getting cold. Did you want to miss your last dinner before I head to the academy?" He called through the closed bedroom door, making his father facepalm at his lack of tact and sensitivity. Peter knew Carla had mental issues, and that her treatment of the boy was beyond strange, but he simply couldn't be bothered to wreck a good thing by making a fuss about it. The boy's stipend from the government paid for everything he had and he wasn't about to give it up by alerting child services. Peter decided that since Max was leaving, he should start encouraging Carla to make more female friends and talk about things other than her dreams for her daughters, in the hopes that maybe it would help balance his little wife's personality. At least that's what he wished for, not knowing it was a lost cause from the start. She was set on a delusional life of glamour, even if it was by proxy through her children. Carla came running through the living room, wiping her red and puffy eyes, swollen belly cradled in her other hand. "Slow down, you don't want to trip and risk the babies," Max teased. His mother was pregnant again, another set of twins. Boys this time, and the other twins weren't even two. Yet, hopefully now that she had her girls these boys might fare better than him. "I'm sorry honey, I don't know what got into me," Carla cried, hugging the son she had never actually cared enough about to even realize he despised her. "Don't worry mother, it's only a few months until spring break and I'll be back again," Max says, rubbing her back, with no intention of ever actually returning. "But you don't get to come home for the winter pageants, they get you all to themselves and I will be here surrounded by boys." Carla pouts, heading to the table as Peter brings out the birthday dinner. Shepherd's pie with Caesar salad, and pumpkin pie for dessert, all Max's favorites. "With 3 little boys to take care of your days will fly by faster than you know it, Mom," Max teases. "Hey you little rascal, I heard that." Peter laughs, glad they're actually getting along for a moment. Due to a number of reluctant parents not showing up on time, the military academy sends a bus for students the night before their first classes, in time to get them to the school residences before sundown, so they can get settled before lights out. Dinner finishes just in time for the bus to arrive, and Peter heads back into the kitchen to do dishes, well out of range of his wife's impending mental breakdown. "Greetings Colonel, I wasn't expecting someone so illustrious to come pick up students for school," he heard Max say. That must be Colonel James Black, head of the Academy's Mecha repair program, and according to the news, the highest-ranking officer on campus. "And greetings to the man of the hour," the colonel says, seeing Max come out in his new almost uniform outfit. The only difference in uniforms between genders is the color of the shirts. Gray for girls, black for boys. The uniform itself is white in the summer, black in the winter. "Yes Colonel, this is our beloved oldest child," Peter confirms, coming out of the kitchen when his wife doesn't respond, carefully choosing his words to not set Carla off. "I just love Mecha, Colonel," Max says, standing up as tall as his 12-year-old body can manage. "I've been practicing on the publicly available simulators and I'm certain I have what it takes." "Well-spoken child you've raised." Colonel Black nods politely to the parents, ignoring the ramshackle state of the apartment. "Now if you'll excuse us, we've got to get to the academy." Ignoring his nerves, Max rushes out the door to the bus, not wanting the academy staff to see any more of the disaster he was living in. Or even worse, talk with the woman who calls herself his mother. If they think he will end up like that, they just might wash him out of the advanced program. You are Samantha Max, the driver asks dubiously, and Max shows him his official identification. So you are. Lots of students to pick up today, and you're first. Let's get a move on. Chapter 3. What are the odds? As the bus passed out of the slums where Max grew up and into better neighborhoods, it began picking up more students. Very few families were like Max's and squandered absolutely everything they received. The bus slowly filled with his new classmates, and Max took the time to look into each one's mind, evaluating them. What he found were mostly the undeveloped minds of small children. Surely there must be at least a few more like himself, who were more developed, but so far Max hasn't seen much indication of it, except in one student, who has at least played the restricted Mecha simulators before. The bus was almost full of children when a girl called Nico got on, chuckling at the students with their clothes in disarray, their eyes red from a sorrowful parting with their parents. Her reaction intrigued Sam. That's not how any of the others have reacted. Her friend Nathan gives her a fist bump, showing her the seat he saved beside him, and the girl settles in before making fun of her friend for having cried when he got on the bus. I hope we're in the same class, Nathan says, looking over the bus full of kids. It will be so boring if we're not. Who else can even try to keep up? Nathan has an alpha-ranked system compatibility with beta-ranked physical potential, though he didn't activate an innate talent. Still, that puts him well ahead of his peers in development, and makes him the only other pre-academy aged student that Sam's memory scans have found to be capable of playing the VR piloting programs that Max loves. Most of these kids can barely do multiplication, much less master the multi-input processes and calculations needed to get the mecha to do more than basic, crude movements. Before the academy, most games are played on consoles, and a dozen buttons on a controller is a far cry from what is needed to control a mecha. The mind that just entered the bus feels very familiar to Sam for some reason, so he reaches out his ability to borrow some additional memories and learn more about this outgoing and confident girl. To his surprise, it's the girl with memories of her past life. The very first mind he ever touched after he was reincarnated into this world. He would have recognized those memories of Mecha from anywhere. She had, and might still have, memories of an entire life of mecha piloting, and her recent memories suggest that has been training just as hard as him to get ready for the academy. It seems this girl is also in the piloting program, and Sam makes a devout wish that they can become friends. Her memories gave him not only reference and basic skills to work with as an infant, but a purpose in life to survive the neglect and abuse of a childhood spent with his wastrel parents. If he gets reincarnated again, he's definitely asking for some memories. When we get there, even identification numbers to the left, odd to the right. Odd numbers, your dorm supervisor will be Major Amanda Payne. Respect her as your ranking officer and all will be well. Colonel Black instructs. Both Sam and Nico take note, as they both have odd-numbered identifications. Many of the students have very little idea what he means, beyond being polite and listening to her, and even that is iffy for some of the worst behaved. Their parents had been raising them wild and free, hoping the military would reject them and send them home. It's a grossly misguided notion. The children have a decade of intensive educating ahead of them, and misbehaving will keep them in the school the entire time without a chance to visit home. So, they simply mill about the asphalt courtyard with its yellow-painted grid pattern, waiting for someone to tell them what to do and meeting their new classmates. Major Payne is a tall woman with long dark brown hair tied in a military regulation bun, as opposed to Nico's military-approved pixie cut of her black curls and Sam's shoulder-length blonde perm. Right to the bitter end, his mother insisted on this dreadful haircut. The first chance he gets, the perm is gone. The Major turns, looking at them all assessingly, judging who will be trouble and who to fast-track. Nico knows this. It was in the government server she had gained access to, listed as standard procedure for incoming students. Sam knows this too, because Nico knows this, and it was in her recent memories when he checked on the bus. Max spaces out, sorting through the instructor's mind, and quickly loses track of time and what's happening around him. It's a bad habit of his, but at Dave's house he could usually hide the fact that he was zoned out behind a VR headset. Knowing what's expected, Nico stands in one of the painted squares at ease, bag beside her, with her feet shoulder-width apart, her hands folded in front, in the customary ready stance of the academy. Nobody else did. In fact, they're still horsing around and giggling. Sam snaps out of his reverie and gets into position next to the only other cadet that knows what to do, feeling sheepish about his lapse in attention. He's at the academy now, He needs to make good impressions if he's going to get himself chosen as a potential officer cadet. From the corner of her eye, Nico sees one little blonde-haired girl, standing on the mark on the floor to her left. Or is that a boy with a terrible haircut and delicate face? Black shirt, so a boy then. The major smiles a little and makes a mark on her clipboard. It's about 10 minutes before the rest of the students understand that something is expected of them, and that there's a reason why the supervisor isn't speaking or showing them to their rooms before they slowly start lining up on the marked floor. Very good, cadets, all under 15 minutes. You will do 1 lap around the dormitory at a run for every minute it took you to fall in on your arrival. Lesson 1. When you arrive, fall in. 4 more officers appear and lead the cadets out. Cadet Nico, Cadet Max, you're with me. Fall in time was under a minute. Major Payne calls. The two are assigned as roommates, and being the star pupils in the supervisor's eyes, they get first pick of the dorms. All facilities are co-ed at the school, to build unity amongst the future soldiers. Following that ideal, nothing that divides them except talent and unit is permitted. Could you show us a good choice, Major? Nico asks. Not too near the bathrooms, but not too far, preferably with a window. Excellent choice, Cadet Nico. Tereth Nico, that's an interesting name, a family name perhaps. Major Payne asks in her all-business tone. No ma'am, it's Nico Tereth, the girl corrects and the major shows her the official birth record from her tablet. Tereth Nico. Her parents entered her name backwards on the form when she was born. That's the sort of thing he wouldn't put past his own mother, Max thinks. From today you are Cadet Nico. You may apply for a change of name once your basic instruction is complete. Major Payne consoles her with a gentle smile. Look at it this way, Cadet, you're the only one that gets to keep her own given name. First names are rarely used here. This little tidbit, intended for his new roommate, is the single greatest thing that Max has ever heard. Nobody will be calling him Samantha, the name he despises largely because the mother he likes even less chose it for him. Plus, when he finishes school, he can officially change it on his own. The room the major shows them to is a corner unit, the only one for students in their year, the other 3 corners being taken by the supervisors. Both outer walls have windows, and it's a slightly larger room than the other ones they've passed. Every door currently stands open until it has 2 occupants so that the supervisors can easily confirm which cadets are where and who is not getting with the program. Thank you for your consideration, Supervisor Payne, Nico and Max say at the same time, and the instructor gives them the fist-to-chest Imperial soldiers salute in return. Chapter 4. The first test. The mood in the dorm is low the next morning. Nobody else had less than 10 laps of the gigantic dorm building that holds 7 years' worth of Class 1 cadets. After age 18, the cadets will move to the Imperial Military College. Nico was chosen for a scholarship to the military college at birth due to her talent level, which Sam found out last night as they got acquainted before bed. The Imperial College is essential training to become a command officer, so it is a place Max has worked his hardest in hopes of attending. If he can't score high enough, he will end up at one of the lesser colleges, becoming a low-ranked line mecha pilot, and likely end his days doing drudge work under someone else's orders. That's the last thing that Max wants, and Nico has agreed to help him with his goal in every way she can. But first, they must suffer through years of basic education Nico already did on her own, from what Max has seen in her memories. Max, on the other hand, learned a great number of the things that are considered essential knowledge only today. He's not sure how his handwriting will be, having never actually owned pen or paper, but after multiple uses of his skill on his roommate, a very necessary invasion of privacy he feels truly bad about, he has all of the essential skills and many of the important bits of knowledge Dave missed teaching him committed to his memory long term. Dave was an enlisted infantry soldier, with AD- system compatibility score. He was never taught anything about mecha piloting, and all he knew of the officers' training was that they liked to order his units to their death by the tens of thousands while they stayed back in the command center. All recruits assemble in the front courtyard at 0900, comes an announcement through the speakers mounted all over their floor. Max and Nico both snap their attention to the clock, seeing that they have 10 minutes to get downstairs. They're not allowed to use the service elevator and the first years are on the top floor of the building. Every year they'll get one level closer to the ground with shorter runs when these announcements come in. The majority of the others are still sleeping, so the pair calls out to the cafeteria, "That's in 10 minutes and we need to get downstairs. Time to go everyone." Wise enough to not want Anther punishment for being late already, everyone heads for the stairs, many still carrying their morning meal. As they run they call out into the dorm rooms in an attempt to get the rest up. Dorm room doors don't lock, but every cadet gets a biometric locked cabinet in their room. Max and Nico both know to keep everything secured in their lockers and the bed made, but a lot of the rooms they pass look like a hurricane just passed through. They were only allowed to bring one small bag of personal effects and Max brought nothing at all except a few keepsakes from Dave and a single change of clothes. Nico brought a bit more, but only enough to fill a third of the regulation rucksack that they will be issued soon. As they reach the stairs, Nico taps the data screen built into the wall and winks at Max. The lights start flashing red and an alarm sounds, pulling even the deepest sleepers from bed. She doesn't slow her pace though, hopping up to ride the banisters down to ground level with Max right behind her. Major Payne is smiling at them and looking at a stopwatch when they arrive and fall in on the painted squares in the courtyard. This time a few of the smarter students are not far behind them, panting from the effort of running down the stairs. Fewer than 20 of their classmates are assembled when the instructor clicks her stopwatch and the other teachers lock the doors and wait inside for the late cadets. Not bad, cadets. The alarm was a nice touch. You will now be issued your uniforms, toiletries and have the chance to access the commissary for anything you forgot. 100 standard credits have been issued to your accounts. A sergeant comes by to hand each cadet a plastic bag with their ID number on it, containing their basic necessities. Fall out and assemble here in 3 hours, in uniform and ready for afternoon training. Major Payne smiles at the students, many of whom start thinking she might secretly be a kind person and not a harsh taskmaster. The relaxed first day schedule is a trap though, as are the credits. It's the entirety of their first semester's allowance, and if they spend it all now on comforts they'll have very little for the next 4 months. The academy year is split into 3 semesters of focused education with a break in between each. The end of summer break they won't be allowed to leave this year, but the early spring and beginning of summer ones they will be if they're well behaved. Let's go get socks. They only give you 2 pairs. Max tells Nico once they're dismissed and starts jogging for the commissary to get there early. That was among the most important bits of advice in Dave's mind when he was briefing Max on his first days at the academy. Clean socks are the key to comfort, he insisted. 1 standard credit each gets them a prep pack, as the academy calls them. A high-tech thermal base layer that holds optimal body temperature, with 6 pairs of socks and a boot polishing kit. They each take 2. Let's go. My friend says they give you the boots unpolished, Max tells Nico, who shakes her head at their pettiness. Everything the first day is a test for the cadets. Even the uniform kit. The underwear in it is cheap and scratchy, but the prep pack base layer is silky smooth and extremely comfortable. The boots aren't polished, but they have to be to pass muster. Finally, their cadet badges attached to the locking buttons, but no instructions are given as to their proper placement. The military wants to know how fast they can adapt and how strong their decision-making skills are, but it doesn't make life easy on cadets like Max and Nico, who don't see it as a mental challenge, but a series of minor inconveniences. Chapter 5. Learning the real rules. The 2 young cadets head back to their rooms to change and get their uniforms ready. Max made a mental note of the location of the patches on the older cadets' uniforms earlier, so he wouldn't get it wrong, but Nico has managed to pull the description up on the screen by the door of their room. Is that supposed to be available? Max asks, indicating the screen. Of course, it's not locked, they just don't think we know how to work the system or they would make the test tougher. Now, grab some hot water from the bathroom to soften the boot polish. The can is cold, so I am pretty sure they keep them in frozen storage. Max decides they must have done too well yesterday. The academy is pulling out all the tricks today to catch them off guard. Or maybe, like Nico said, they're being treated as idiots and the major is planning to teach them everything step by step. As if thinking of her summoned her, the major walks by their door at just that moment and Max flags her down to obtain a few more important details for their first day. Major, what uniform will we require this afternoon, the coveralls or the dress uniform? Major Payne smiles at her new charge, impressed by his understanding, and then notices that the other young prodigy has started placing the polishing kits out and arranging uniform badges. Cadet, do you both know what you need to do? She asks curiously. Yes, ma'am. The data screen showed us everything that we needed to know. Max responds, standing at the cadet version of attention. Since you got the prep pack, I recommend the coveralls. This afternoon is a physical assessment. The major informs him and walks away to help the other cadets, who are not doing nearly as well. The combination of the healing abilities provided by the nanotechnology and the Kepler Empire's advanced technology leads to very long lives for those who can afford it, or those who remain in military service, and Major Payne has been training cadets for over 50 years. She might have seen more outstanding cadets in the past, but she believes these two have a special promise to them. That assessment goes into her notes, along with a recommendation to fast-track them through early education, as most of it will be unnecessary. The cadets don't know it yet, but their first physical assessment will activate their systems. After that, she will know just how good these cadets are. Her innate ability isn't a combat type like superhuman agility or rapid healing, but it's perfect for a drill instructor. She can see others' system status. With their uniforms prepped and their coveralls matched with the lightweight training boots that thankfully don't need polishing, Max and Nico clean up their mess and neatly organize their lockers. When the dorm is spotless, they head out to lunch, getting away from the crying, complaints and not-so-patient explanations that fill the first-year dorms. They're both certain a dorm check is coming soon, they're just not sure when, and they don't want to end up on punishment detail like most of their class will be. In addition to the cafeteria on their floor, there is another they can use on the main floor. It's open to all, but Max understands that with its improved menu, it will be dominated by the top classes. But they have arrived early enough that it shouldn't be too busy. The appearance of a pair of fist ears, their coveralls freshly steamed free of wrinkles by the in-room laundry machine that most cadets don't figure out for weeks, startles the cafeteria supervisor. But they pass muster with every required element in order, so he allows them to join the short line and points them to a corner of the room next to the kitchens. The others are avoiding the kitchen noise, which always makes it the last place to fill, a small blessing for the two brave young souls. Upstairs, the lunch meal is tasteless protein sandwiches with a vegetable soup. Here they get the option of 4 lunch sets. Max doesn't recognize any of them, the names are all generic, and the cadets are assumed to know what the dish name means. Unfortunately, neither of them read the menu before coming here and there are no pictures. 2 lunch C sets with juice please. Nico tells the worker with a smile and pulls Max along before he can decide. The last 6 students all ordered it. She whispers and Max nods. They're in their final years here, so they wouldn't order anything awful. It turns out to be meatloaf and mashed potatoes. Max gives Nico a look as if to say, seriously, and she just shrugs, digging into her meal. Tomorrow we can check the menus first. But at least it's not a recombined protein sandwich. For some reason it's served with a tube of spicy processed cheese. Max isn't sure what that's about, so he checks the mind of the seniors and finds it's a very popular condiment here, but not needed for this meal and usually saved. Max grabs both packs and tosses them to a group of seniors who are giving them dirty looks, making the boys smile. Good call, Junior. You just might get along here. Their leader laughs, spreading the cheese on the noodles of his set A lunch. Again, the call comes for the first-year class to get to the courtyard. They're only 20 meters away from there in the cafeteria, so they finish eating quickly and take their places in the front row. In front of them an obstacle course and a variety of strength training activities are being assembled, making them glad the major recommend the light and comfortable version of the uniform for today's class. Max listens into the minds passing by as they wait for the other cadets and learns that the coveralls may be rolled to the elbows without being out of regulation, so he does his, finding that the uniforms are even more comfortable this way. In the end they stand there for 3 whole hours while cadets are reprimanded for a wide variety of failures, often being sent to correct them and then running a lap of the building. The older students watch in amusement at the spectacle, having the whole afternoon free, since they're not starting their own semester's classes for one more day. Now that you've finally learned to dress yourselves, let's see if you can walk across the lawn without getting yourself dirty. A drill sergeant named Zam calls out and a cheer goes up from the spectators. Pay up, punks, I told you they'd clear uniform drill in one shot. The boy Max gave their cheese tubes to cheers, making Max struggle to hide his smile. Nico, Max, to the obstacle course, you're up first. Chapter 6. System Activation. The obstacle course that they are facing is a more extreme challenge than Max had seen on many of the television shows his father watched. It started with a rope climb to a set of monkey bars across a mud pit. Then came the rope net crossing to a rappelling wall, followed by a run across the field through swinging hammers with padded heads. Last up was the log run over a pool and then the finish line. The fact they think a child could manage this is insane. Sure, it's scaled to their size, but the strength and agility required would have to match a well-built adult's to complete these tasks. Max chalks his hands on the bag at the start and begins climbing the rope. It's easier than expected with the rope fastened top and bottom in well-placed knots, but Nico was just as fast up her side. Determined to win, Max takes the monkey bars 2 at a time, gaining some distance from the smaller cadet, and begins to cross the net. It's set up like a hammock and turns easily underneath him, almost dumping him off. Nico knows some trick, though, and smoothly runs down the center, making the rappelling wall just in front of Max. Neither bothers with the harness, simply grabbing the rope and running down the wall. Max swings away and lands on his feet running, while Nico tucks and rolls, getting dirt and grass in her short black hair. Timing the hammers is hard, and Max takes a hit from the third one he passes, hurling him to the ground. System active. Welcome user Max. Compatibility determined. Rank of primary attribute STR 2.5x modifier STR plus 0% Dex plus 0% SPD plus 0% innate talent. Mind reading. Additional functions locked. When Max wakes up, he's on a mat by the finish line, next to a partially dry Nico. She must have made it to the pool before her system activated. A fresh pair of cadets is challenging the course now, one falling from the first rope, one from the monkey bars. The staff quickly recovers them and brings them to the finish line while their system activates, and 2 more cadets are called. None even make it as far as the rappelling wall before their system activates, but now that he knows the purpose, Max understands that the distance you cover isn't the point. The course is only designed to activate the system that is dormant in the new cadets. Beside him, Nico opens her eyes and looks around in confusion before nodding her head and closing her eyes again. Seconds later, the soft rhythm of her breathing changes, and Max realizes she's fast asleep. That's a talent Max is a bit envious of. He's always had trouble sleeping, so he watches the last of the contests instead. Once they're all finished and awake, Major Payne gets the lesson started with a shout. Class attention. Nico leaps to her feet and into a foreign ready stance with one hand on her hip and the other on top of it. Before her eyes even open, she shifts to the academy attention position under the curious gaze of the drill sergeants. Maybe it's a martial arts stance, Max thinks, then scans her thoughts and realizes she was going for a gun. Keeping her memories meant keeping her habits, and immediate combat readiness had been trained into her during her previous life. Max makes a mental note not to wake her up suddenly. Now that you've all had your systems activated, we can begin your lesson. The core stats of the system improve through practice. How much they improve entirely depends on your compatibility and effort. Deltas, you will get 0.1% per upgrade. Gamma ranked gets 0.5%. Betas get 1%, while alpha ranked compatibility gets 2%. Your primary stat will get a little more. Cadet Max, what is your primary stat in the modifier? Strength ma'am, with a 2.5 times modifier. Outstanding cadet, that's the largest I've seen in all my years. Cadet Gomez, what is your primary stat in the modifier? Dexterity, ma'am, with a 1.2 times modifier. That is typical for Delta rank. The rest of you should fall somewhere in between those modifiers. A drill sergeant steps forward to continue the lesson. If you want to improve your system status, you must work hard. Training that is appropriate to a stat will have a chance to level up that stat bonus. Every stat is important, and you cannot start unlocking additional abilities of the system until you get to 50% total improvement. Major Payne smiles at the students again, and many begin to suspect her friendly smile is not really friendly. As you increase in ability, it gets harder and harder to get gains. So, you will all take a holistic approach to training. Every ability is necessary, either in hand-to-hand combat or inside a mecha. Who can tell us the most important stat for melee combat mecha? You, in the second row. Answer. The drill sergeant Zam orders. Is it dexterity? The student answers, and Max prepares himself for the verbal lashing the cadet is about to receive. You will address drill instructors as sir. Every time you speak to them, you will start and end with sir. Do you understand me, cadets? Zam yells. That was much more gentle than Max expected. Even his parents were more intense than that. Sir, yes, sir. Outstanding cadets, but the answer is not dexterity. Cadet Nico, what is the answer? Sir, a melee pilot needs strength, sir. Excellent. Now, who can tell me why they need strength? Cadet Max, sir, melee mecha pilots take huge amounts of impact and gravitational forces. Without sufficient strength, A pilot cannot properly control the mecha during rapid maneuvers, sir. Very good. Inside the mecha, dexterity is needed to move between controls. Speed is needed to enter commands fast enough to survive. But strength is needed to keep control when a 50-ton, angry Cygnus mecha tries to use you like a rag doll. That thought makes many of the students pale, while a few share eager looks. They're all here hoping to become mecha pilots, but not all will succeed. Some will be chosen for their skills in repair or tactics as support and logistics personnel. Some will be moved to an infantry program for their complete lack of talent. That's what happened to Dave, and Max knows from reading his mind the horrors that wait down the path of infantry in a modern battle. Chapter 7. Gains. Now that you've learned what the system is, we will train and get you your first gains. All students who have strength as their primary attribute follow Sergeant Zam. If you have dexterity as your primary stat, follow Sergeant Farin. Those who have speed as their primary, stay here with me. Major Payne instructs. Max can see that his group has easily 3/4 of the students, with quite a few going to the dexterity course. But surprisingly, only Nico is standing with Major Payne. Speed must not be a common stat to have as your primary. The strength training station is exactly what Max expected it to be. Free weights, resistance machines, and heavy things to move. Most of those are too much for the first-year students, so Max decides to start his usual workout with curls and then try out the full-body resistance trainer. He's never seen such a thing before, and it looks pretty intense. He finds a good spot and begins his workout, ignoring the horseplay and chaos around him, much to Sergeant Zam's delight. Supervising first-year students is seen almost as a punishment detail for many within the instructor corps, and Zam is no exception. He trains cadets in physical and combat skills, while the first-year student typically has zero understanding of either one. Even one student that has an existing workout routine is enough to brighten his day. The resistance machine is busy with a student trying to understand how it works, so Max moves on to weighted lunges, carefully watching for the first update notification from his new system. Across the field from where he's working, Nico and Major Payne seem to be engaged in some form of fight with sticks. Max is pretty sure it's a martial art that they're practicing, but the speed they're swinging the wooden rods at each other is impressive. The pattern is repetitive, he notices, not testing their talent today, and the fundamental objective is to keep up with your opponent, so you don't get hit. His 50 lunges are almost up when Max sees his first gain notification and checks his system interface. Compatibility determined, rank of primary attribute STR 2.5x modifier, STR plus 5% dex plus 0% SPD plus 0% innate talent mind reading, additional functions locked being of a ranked compatibility. He gets a 2% base increase, but his primary stat strength modifier bonus put him up to a full 5% in a single gain during his first session. The fancy resistance machine is now available. The previous student had given up on learning it, so Max heads over to give it a try. There are well-worn written instructions on the machine. Step into the harness, press the green button to engage the sizing feature, then begin your workout. The trainer will adjust the resistance as it sees fit, a marvel of high-tech training. There's an assortment of objects in a VR headset to keep the training interesting, so Max engages the feed, picks up a racket and picks a tennis program. There's lots of movement involved, so it should be a good workout. Strength gain STR plus 10%. The buzzer signaling the end of the physical training session pulls him back from his tennis match, and Max notices his entire body is so sore he can hardly move. Fortunately, Nico waited for him and was willing to help him up the stairs. She isn't a big person, but his roommate had to practically carry him to the 8th floor where they live after his legs gave out at the first landing. "You're stronger than you look." Max laughs, doing his best to struggle up the last flight. "No, I'm just smart enough not to spend 2 straight hours in a resistance trainer. Plus, with my healing rate, the bruises from playing sticks with Major Payne are almost gone." Max can see what she means. Fading bruises are all over her hands and arms from missing a block and getting hit with the bamboo sticks. He's certain it must have been painful to have left such wicked-looking bruises, but Nico doesn't appear to mind. "I hope you got something to make this all worth it. I'm definitely not carrying you again if you didn't at least get one gain." Nico huffs as they finally make the top floor and head for the dining hall to grab an evening meal. "Get a gain. I got 2 today, with my modifier being strength, all. Have a much easier time of it tomorrow." Max tries to smile through the exhaustion. "But I'm setting the timer." "How did you make out?" 2 gains for me as well." Major Payne is an excellent training partner. I don't think I'll do as well if I have to practice alone or with one of the other first-year cadets. Nico drops him in a red plastic cafeteria chair and goes to get them something to eat, coming back with bowls of chili and warm bread loaves. A staff member brings them a large jug of ice water, and Max does his best to smile at her. Don't worry, dear, someone always overdoes it the first day. Some of them haven't even made it back to the building. I can still see them lying in the grass after the sergeants forced the slackers to exercise. That makes him feel a little better. At least he wasn't the only one who couldn't handle the workout he picked or had picked for him. By the time they finish eating, Max has begun to recover, the nanobots in his body working to repair the damaged tissue from the workout and implement the changes for his upgrades. After a system stat upgrades, the effects aren't quite instant. At the lower levels, where the difference between upgrades was more significant, it would take the system time to make the changes, up to an hour in some cases. The instructors are still carrying recruits up to their rooms when Max crawls into bed, noticing something strange about how Nico uses the data screen on the wall. He can't tell what she's browsing, but she's not touching the screen to navigate. Is that a feature of the high-tech device? Or possibly an aspect of her innate ability? Chapter 8. Innate Abilities. Max decides that tomorrow, when they're both well rested and fed, would be a much better time to ask Nico about her innate ability, so he lets sleep overtake him. Tonight's rest is much easier to achieve than usual. The pure exhaustion of the day's exercise has overcome every obstacle to drag him instantly into slumber. He wakes up to a small hand on his chest, shaking him gently. Get up and get dressed, the cafeteria opens in 10 minutes, and we're going to fix your hair first. They let it slide yesterday, but if you don't tie it back or cut it, they'll most likely penalize you today. Max chuckles happily as he gets into his uniform. The white pants with a black Academy logo polo shirt and a black beret seem to be the male cadet version of fatigues, the less formal summer uniform for general purposes. That should do for the morning lessons, and it's what Nico picked, though the female version of the first-year cadet uniform uses a dark gray shirt instead. According to what they found online, the girls are much more likely to wash out of piloting classes, and the logistics and operations staff all wears shirts in that same gray, but a different style, while infantry cadets wear green uniforms. If they make it to the third year in the piloting program, all cadets in the program wear the same black shirts, but with a stripe on the collar to mark them as pilots in training. It's a bit annoying to Max that they put the data screens so far up the wall. Even for the adults, they're above eye level, plus they're touch activated, and he can't reach them without a stool. But Nico doesn't need to, it seems. She can make them work from wherever she is standing. What did you have in mind for my hair? Max asks, grabbing his beret from his locker. Regulation crew cut work for you. Or do you like it longer? A regulation crew cut sounds absolutely amazing to Max, but then he thinks of Sergeant Zam, with his flat top haircut and blonde hair that closely matches Max's own. Can you do it like Sergeant Zam? How good are you at doing hair? Max asks quietly, not wanting to wake anyone in the surrounding rooms. I do, my own, but don't worry, I have a digital clipper. Max isn't sure exactly what that is, but it sounds professional, so he nods. A digital clipper turns out to be a mesh towel of sorts. It sits over his head, adjusts shape to whatever Nico is instructing it to do with that strange ability of hers, and then with a wave of buzzing, Max has a brand new haircut, safely within regulations, and Nico collects the blonde tresses of his perm. She ties one small portion in a bundle and tosses the rest in the trash bin. The bundle she places on the top shelf of his open locker and then pushes it closed with a smile. A keepsake to remember your first days of pilot training. According to the screen, we've got introductory course studies from 7 in the morning until lunch, and then physical training from 1300 until 1600. Max doesn't understand her timekeeping system, so he gives her a confused look. Oh, sorry, that's 1 in the afternoon until 4 in the afternoon. They'll likely go over that this morning in the core studies class, but the Kepler military counts the whole day in a row, all 24 standard hours. 100 is the double zero that means right on the hour. Fortunately for us, Kepler Terminus has a disbarred length day. Come to think of it, Max had heard Dave using terms like that before. But without a set schedule, learning to tell time wasn't a priority for him. He can read a digital clock well enough to know when food delivery should be arriving, though. Thanks for the haircut, but aren't those things usually attached to a tablet or something? Max asks, changing the topic as they head for the mess hall. Controlling nearby technology is my innate skill. It was too warm in the car on the way home from the hospital, so I rolled down the window, and that was that. My innate ability was set. Nico laughs. She makes it sound so basic, but she can navigate menus and set the shape of a digital mesh without seeing the software, so it's not a weak or simple skill that she awakened. I can see other people's surface thoughts, Max says quietly, not wanting to alert the whole class to his ability. Now that's handy, you'll always know when they have a surprise planned. Just keep me in the loop, I detest surprises. Max suspects few things surprise her, with a lifetime of military memories and the ability to search through technological devices. He isn't sure that she can hack or bypass passwords, but with a skill like hers, she's probably learned how to by now. Even he learned the trick to cracking basic security from Dave so he could pirate games off the datanet. Being the first ones to breakfast, they've got time to custom order, so they both get fully loaded omelets with battered bread, an egg-covered pastry concoction Nico drenched in syrup. An hour before class started, Major Payne came to the top-floor mess hall to eat and found her two-star pupils going over the cafeteria schedules on one of the wall screens. The worker nodded to indicate that they'd already eaten, so Major Payne wondered what they were up to. Were they meal planning from the available options? That's a bit unusual for 12-year-olds, even if their mental growth has been enhanced. That's today, but the next day, everything served downstairs looks strange at lunch. If we come back up here, they've got the coconut soup which looks pretty good, and the chocolate protein shakes. Max says to Nico, who sighs sadly. It's a long walk, but that's fine. The schedule says the seniors get out of training an hour after we do, so we should be able to sneak in dinner from the downstairs cafeteria and recover before they get out of class both days. The major is a bit shocked, not only at their knowledge but their planning skills and the fact they hacked the class schedules. Or maybe they asked someone at lunch yesterday. That's a possibility, though the seniors usually don't give much help to the first years. They disappear, and the major quickly finishes her meal and starts to work. Everybody up, classes start in 30 minutes. Get dressed, get fed, and get to class on time if you don't want to run laps all afternoon. Literacy skills are in the south wing, room 17. She and her sergeants will be escorting the main group there of course, since it's their first day, but she's eager to see who all might manage to make it to the class on their own and who won't even think to fall in with the group. Chapter 9. Sorting begins. Max and Nico arrive well before the others and take a spot near the door. Front right seems to be their position of choice everywhere they go, but in this classroom it's everyone's choice. The morning sunlight beats down across the left half the room and there are no blinds. It's hot, bright, and distracting to students who would rather be outside playing. Max wonders if it's intentional, then decides that's a pointless thought. Of course, it is. Everything here is a deliberate test. The friendly-looking young corporal teaching the class hands them their class books, and Max bursts into laughter while Nico hides hers by biting her fist. Is something funny, cadets? The teacher's tone doesn't sound so kind now. Sir, no sir. It's just that the book is an introduction to the Kepler Standard Alphabet, and we can both already read the language, sir. Nico responds while Max struggles to regain his composure. Most planets use a local dialect with its own written language, so not a lot of cadets arrive knowing the standard alphabet. War might be the fate for half the population, the ones with a system, but the parents at home are rarely enthusiastic about sending their children to their fate, and nobody uses the standard alphabet here on Kepler Terminus. The teacher's face has reverted back into a kindly half-smile, and he drops a digital tablet on their desks and collects the first books. Take those to the testing booths across the hall and fill them out. That standard assessment will help with your placement, so do your best. Max recognizes the symbol in the corner as meaning that the device is connected to the Academy's internal data net and resists the urge to hack it. It's the military academy, of course they would notice if he uses a password algorithm on their tablet. With the fist to the chest Kepler salute, they leave the room and pick adjacent stalls for the test. The testing stations are soundproof and have no windows to keep the students from cheating off of each other. That's not going to stop this dynamic duo, though. Max sees the first bits are simple reading and writing skills tests, so he takes out the stylus and quickly completes the first few sections. Then it's on to the very basics of Mecha control panel layout. Anyone who has used the simulator will know this, so again, he flies through it. The third is the basic mechanical layout of the line Mecha. Not much was available about this in the public data network, so Max looks it over for clues, then decides to see how Nico is doing, using his innate talent to check her mind. She not only knows everything, but she's also corrected a deliberate mistake in the exam itself. Max sorts through her mind, trying to memorize everything he can without directly copying her answers. That's not too hard, it's just a mechanical schematic, no more complicated than modifying a VR headset to bypass the boot-up restrictions so he can play black market games. With that essential knowledge, he moves all the parts on the screen to their correct locations and then double-checks them against Nico's work. It looks right, so he moves to the final section on basic piloting techniques. He already knows this from the multiplayer simulators, so he fills in everything as best as he knows it and then goes over the whole test again, looking for mistakes. In the exam monitoring room, Sergeant Zam is at a loss for words. Both students are on camera, and every entry into the tablet is monitored and recorded. The fact they aced the first-year writing portion was a given, but they didn't make any mistakes on the second and third-year portions either. Then they moved on to the Mecha control layout portion, a third-year final test that identifies and correctly places every major control component in the line class Mecha. They also got perfect scores on that portion, with only Cadet Max needing to adjust an answer. The same again on the mechanical layout. Cadet Max made no mistakes this time, he just took a more systematic approach that slowed him down, compared to Cadet Nico. The room the instructors are in is shielded against system intrusion, so they can't be using their innate skills on the observers. If it even has that much range, the only possible answer he can come up with is that one or both of them already know this information that should be confidential to anyone outside the academy. Possibility cadets have used innate skills to learn required information through year 3 after entering the academy, Sergeant Zam notes as he watches them finish their tests. The information he has says they're both veterans of the civilian multiplayer simulators, so the fact they know the essentials of control isn't a surprise, but it does pose a problem. This is the third year's placement exam. After completing this, the standard course cadets will be sorted into their career paths by aptitude, and not just by washing out of a program. Those with uniquely suitable skills would officially start a trade program and finish the next 3 years getting ready for the intensive career training at the university, while those who didn't qualify as any form of specialists would begin infantry training immediately. But how do you place a student who scored perfectly in everything? Sergeant Zam snaps a picture on his personal encrypted device and sends the final scores and student information to an old friend much further up in the command structure. Surely the general will know what to do with 2 such outstanding cadets. The testing room doors don't unlock until 30 minutes before the lunch break, and both cadets race out of the building after being dismissed by Sergeant Zam, wanting to make it to the cafeteria before the seniors line up. Today they've got the good enchiladas for lunch here, and that's not a meal either of them wants to miss. They take their places at the loudest table near the kitchen and dig in while the amused upper-level students get their lunch. Everyone pulls tubes of the spicy cheese out of their uniforms, and Max understands why it's a valuable commodity. The meal doesn't come with it, but it would make it way better. That's valuable survival information in Max's mind. He will have to obtain more of the cheese tubes. After lunch, they return to the workout area, and Max heads straight for the resistance machine. It's a full-body workout and can upgrade all stat categories, though it focuses on strength. Since the goal is 50 total points of bonus for the first years, this is his best option. Today, Nico joins him, taking the next machine and activating a sparring scenario. Max ignored those because the haptic feedback was incredibly painful when you got hit, and you would be hit a lot. Instead, he picked a strongman competition today that was marked as suitable for cardio. Endurance might not be in the first categories of stats, but the system says there's more to be unlocked. In a long battle, Max is certain stamina matters a lot more than fancy piloting. Chapter 10. They're not normal. Both of the Year 1 Class 1 leaders are already obvious to the training staff. Not only are they years ahead of their peers in school work, they're also dedicated to their training, with impressive system modifiers. Cadet Max has an incredible 2.5 times modifier in strength, but Nico has a 2x modifier in speed plus a 1.5x modifier for dexterity, a rare double primary. The dexterity modifier isn't all that great, being high gamma ranked, and even the speed modifier is very low alpha ranked, but together, they should make for very efficient training. Both cadets are gaining quickly, even for students of their compatibility scores, and Major Payne is keeping close tabs. Regulations say they must remain in Year 1 classes until they've reached 50% total bonus, and cannot graduate in the piloting program unless they've reached 100% total. Ideally, she would like to move them both to year 3 next semester, to more closely match their training to their skills. But that means more intensive physical skills classes, and there is no guarantee that this rate of growth will hold. It's not strictly regulation, but it's not prohibited, so Major Payne decides to change the settings for them on the trainers from smooth growth to maximum system gains. It's usually used as a punishment setting for cadets that slack and are in danger of flunking a year due to insufficient progress. Even a few hours under those settings are pure torture. But when she opens the menu, they're already changed. She didn't see anyone else near them, but someone already set the machines for maximum progress. Major Payne suspects Sergeant Zam is the culprit, but she's not going to say anything to her supervisors until she has some sort of evidence. Instead, she waits and watches as the 2 cadets train for an hour at maximum intensity, then go grab a drink from the provided bottles. They're not water, but a form of energy drink designed to help recover energy and repair damaged tissue. Instead of moving on to a low-intensity activity, as she had expected, they both take a 10-minute break, then resume their previous training programs. None of the other cadets dare touch their machines after seeing the workout those 2 received, and the consensus among the first-year class is that those 2 are simply masochists. Again, they repeat the process, taking a break and a drink, but this time they switch programs. Now Max is doing dexterity and speed training while Nico is training primarily strength. Compared to their classmates, the 2 with alpha-ranked systems have a huge advantage in increasing their status bonuses. After a full year of this, most gamma-ranked students will succeed in getting their 50 points to continue along the advanced piloting track. Almost every cadet with a delta-ranked system will be moved to a basic path or to a different specialty. The beta-ranked students are usually the issue. They have it just easy enough to slack, getting an upgrade every few days to reach their goal, and it tends to make them arrogant and kill their motivation. What the instructors hope is that the clear advantage that these 2 alpha-ranked overachievers will gain through their hard work will motivate the others. Max had time for 4 full cycles of training before the cafeteria opens for dinner, and he's made real progress again today. At this rate, the expectations of the academy are a joke, but it's possible the gains will slow down a lot as his skills increase. Compatibility determined, rank a primary attribute, STR 2.5x modifier, STR plus 20%, Dex plus 2%, SPD plus 2%, innate talent mind. Reading additional functions locked, Major Payne, what are the base stats? The system bonuses list is a percentage, but the base isn't there, ma'am. Max asks, confused about how to interpret the data. It's in your locked skills, but I can tell you in advance. Every student will start out with a base of 1 in every stat, except those with alpha-ranked compatibility, who will begin with 2. Once you reach 50% total bonus, your physical abilities will increase from that of a growing child to that of an adult in a child's body. It's the system's way of rewarding you for hard work. They're only on day 2 of having the system, and already Max is at 24% total bonus. He's not sure if that's normal for people like him, in the top 1% of compatibility, but there's an easy way to check. Class 2 isn't that far away and they're also training outside. Max focuses hard on the childhood friend of Nico who was also alpha-ranked, looking for thoughts of where his abilities are at. He's also been using the resistance trainer, though Max can sense that he's not pushing himself, smug in his superiority as the only alpha-ranked student in his class. But where Max has seen 6 total upgrades, Nathan just finally got his first one, giving him 4.5% more strength. So he's got a 2.25x modifier on his strength, which is pretty solid, though not as lucky as Max. His teachers and classmates are fawning over his achievement and how he might even get to the cap in only a few months. They're in for a huge shock when the year-wide student progress rankings come out. Major Payne, is it possible to increase the base stats once they're active? Nico asks curiously, beating Max to the question. Possible, yes, but it's not easy. Some students will increase a base stat through hard work, an innate skill or a system reward, but most pilots will end their career with the base stat level they began with. Most pilots, likely doesn't apply to Max though, he already understood that he won the genetic lottery in this lifetime, so he had high hopes for at least 1 or 2 bonus points. Though if a base of 1 is average adult, and 2 is exceptional, even 1 or 2 would be a huge advantage over the general population. The energy juice today was a lifesaver, and Max even manages to drag himself up the stairs this time, using the stairs and railings for support and locking arms with Nico, who is in similarly bad shape, but still, they made it up the stairs and got showered before bed. Chapter 11. The Freshman Challenge. Within the week, Major Payne has the entire class on a strict schedule, shouts echoing through the hallway signifying their change of tasks every time an alarm goes off. Class, meals, workouts, breaks. Everything is structured now, but Nico and Max aren't with the group for most of the morning anymore. Instead, they've been assigned two separate morning instructors. Sergeant Zam to teach them more about mecha piloting, and Sergeant Farin to teach them advanced mathematics and history. They can read well enough for the sergeants, so literacy skills have been pushed aside for the semester, while the academy tests the limits of their abilities. With Nico's help, Max has managed to organize the class into evening study groups to help the kids that are falling way behind in their reading comprehension. Most either couldn't read Kepler Standard, or couldn't read the language well when they arrived, but that is quickly changing, with their entire morning being dedicated to it and the assistance of the improved cognitive abilities inherent to higher-ranked system users. His goal is to make sure they're not a class of disorganized individuals, but a single unit working towards a goal, as well as proving he is a capable leader. Worthy of notice and promotion. This environment is like heaven to Max. No drunks, nobody disappearing to get high, no dangerous criminals hiding between buildings, just order and camaraderie. At this rate, the first class competition will be a massacre. One of the military observers who is watching over everything through cameras mounted all over the campus notes, while reviewing the materials being taught to the two advanced students. Those two are natural leaders. The other class looks exactly like we would expect a class of children to look. Class 1 barely needs teachers with Cadet Nico Max around. Major Payne laughs, using their odd attachment to label them as one singular person. There's something off about Cadet Max though. Another observer notes, his innate talent is a form of mind reading that he uses for memory duplication. I suspect that repeatedly using it on Cadet Nico and the instructors to cheat on the assigned school work has subtly changed his personality, but there's no solid proof that he has been doing it, so we can't reprimand him. Major Payne's assessment makes everyone laugh. Such an amazing skill for a shirking student. Do we know the limitations of Cadet Nico's technology-based skill? Colonel Black asks the room, but nobody answers. Really? No ideas? A 12-year-old is keeping secrets from you, the finest educators and interrogators on the planet. He laughs. It's hacking related. Major Payne begins. She regularly penetrates school digital security to get an advantage on upcoming assignments and gather other data. But we don't know what exactly the skill can do. The observers have gathered with the senior staff because today marks the Freshman Challenge. Each class has been ordered to do something that will shock their instructors and prove their worth. Class 2 is going to break into the teacher's lounge and go for the answer keys. A daring task for sure. But Class 1 has not spoken openly, following Max's suggestions and using hidden notes on edible paper saved from their meals to plan their stunt. That alone shows the observers that they know they're monitored and can adjust their tactics to compensate. Are these really 12-year-old kids? A teacher asks. Even though they're all elites with 2 alpha rank leaders, this level of organization is remarkable. The results they've achieved so far are mostly from applying the military skills Nico retained upon reincarnation, but this entire first-year class is outstanding well beyond their rank. They just don't have anything to compare themselves to. A deliberate action by the academy to prevent them from being influenced by outside factors. What they have planned is a two-pronged strategy. First up, the class is going to meet up in front of the Class 2 dorms. The 5th through 7th years are out on a wilderness training mission right now, so Nico is going to loop the cameras and Max is going to lead the class to stage an underwear raid in the Class 2 dorms, using his own hacking skills to pop open the biometric locks. While that is attracting the instructor's attention, Nico will escape out to the senior fairgrounds where advanced line mecha handling is being taught, with the plan being for her to commandeer a mecha and steal the school flag from the post on the roof. With their smaller bodies and her ability to command electronic systems remotely, she's the only one in the class who could possibly do it. That fact annoys Max to no end, but there's nothing her can do about it at the moment. Soon he will be able to prove his worth. That's the plan she managed to convince Max to agree to anyhow, with the wholehearted agreement of the others. Max is in charge of the raid and he's planning to make it look like they are going full in for the 7th years, but actually loot the first year's lockers while they are out on their own mission and hang their underwear on the power lines outside. Because picking on the seniors might actually get them beat up, but they're not afraid of the first years. Max nods the go-ahead and Nico loops the cameras before getting out of bed and escaping while Max is rousing the others who are eagerly waiting in their beds, pretending to be asleep. As Nico heads to the fairgrounds, she sees the other class is right on time. Class 2 has already entered the school building, so only 3 years are present in the dorms for Max and the rest to sneak past. There's a guard patrol out here looking over the parked Mecha that Nico couldn't do anything about. They're not online connected for her to hack, and she's not close enough yet to do anything to their sensors. So she waits until the patrol is on the far side of his loop to rush towards the parked Academy issue line Mecha, using her talent to override the locks and open the hatch to the driver's compartment. Step 1 complete. Next is the tricky part. She needs to power the Mecha up as silently as possible, with no lights on, and make her escape while the guard is distracted by one of the classes. Primary power is up, secondary is up, the radio crackles to life and Nico turns it down to a whisper, dimming the dash lights to nothing at the same time. Alright, the line Mecha is ready to go at any moment. She can't reach the controls, but using her innate talent for control works well enough for basic movement. Nico then straps herself in as securely as possible, the shoulder straps not designed for such a diminutive pilot. The second class has just failed their mission. They're jumping out windows from the main floor of the school building, trying to escape with the answer keys. They were so obvious that even Class 1 knew what they were up to from whispers in the hallways. It's no surprise that the Academy was onto them as well. It's go time. She leaps into action as the patrol Mecha is distracted, blending in with all the other sudden movement as guards respond to Class 2. Only she heads to the roof of the school, not the main floor. The flagpole stands 20 meters high above the roof. Nothing but a Mecha would get a student up there. The grab is good and the flag pops free, Nico landing as gently as possible in the far side of the school and ditching the Mecha to return to the Class 1 dorm with her stolen loot. 5 minutes later the rest of the class comes in laughing. The first-year Class 2's favorite underwear are out on the power lines. The administration was so into watching Class 2 and their epic failure that they didn't think to check the cameras for tampering during those 15 minutes. The hacking knowledge Max acquired from Dave worked flawlessly, letting them into every room's lockers at the same time, where the students grabbed a single pair of underwear from each locker before writing the room number on them and locking the door behind them. The gigantic school flag is proudly hung in the first-year common area, tacked up on the roof, as the wall wasn't high enough to prevent it dragging on the floor, which would be a punishable disrespect to the flag. Nobody mention it, Max instructs. See how long it takes them to notice. Nico laughs and with a thought she returns the cameras to normal, but they all forgot one vital fact. A gigantic flag is now blocking all the cameras in the common room. Chapter 12. Victory. Congratulations on your wonderful display of undergarments Class 1. Major pain begins as she walks into the common room and finds all her students waiting for her. You didn't. How in the Empire did you manage to get that? Is that the school flag from the roof? Yes, Major. We accept your appreciation for a mission successfully completed. Thank you for this opportunity, Major. Nico and Max say in unison. It's almost noon before the school understands what happened. The splice in the camera footage was so smooth they almost missed the hack. But in their review of the patrol mech footage, they saw the parked student line Mecha rushing to the school as if to help and it all fell into place from there. That operation is beautiful. Whoever it is runs the machine as well as any student in the school. One of the senior class supervisors sighs. Shouldn't it be a first-year student? How would they even manage it? It's a trainer line mech, all physical controls, it's not set up with a neural link. I'd like to meet the first year that can even reach the foot controls from the chair. Could they have done it while standing up? Colonel Black sighs. But I can guarantee I know who it was. Cadet Nico, the hacker. Clearly there's more to her skill than just hacking the cockpit locks and the school's cameras. I believe the raid on the dorms was all Cadet Max though. Unless we've overlooked another student with talent, it should be that Max was the one who opened the lockers. An observer points out, by reading minds to get the override code when dorm inspections are being done. That's a possibility as well. Colonel Black agrees. All day long the students of Class 2 sulk about getting caught, claiming that Class 1 set them up and tipped off the teachers. The Academy doesn't tolerate failure, so they're all on extended hours this week, and a modified cafeteria menu, with all the lowest requested options. Max winces at the thought that such misfortune might have been their fate, had they been caught. Nothing but the most bland of recombined protein products, with a side of that strange soup that smells like old socks. They've made it through the most restricted period of their education now though, and the luxuries and digital devices they brought from home are being returned to them, with the requirement that it not interfere with their school work. This too is a test, to see if they can stay focused under temptation, but all content that wasn't educational or school approved had been removed from their devices, and access to the open data net is strictly unavailable. That's not going to stop everyone though, especially a pair of hackers who are much too advanced in their schoolwork. Nico brought 2 full VR headsets with her, in case one broke. Packed full of her clothing, they took almost no additional room in her pack, and Max is incredibly grateful that she brought the extra. An Academy internal network only, military-approved version is available from the commissary for 60 standard credits, and comes loaded with school work approved for their class level, but neither of them is willing to spend that much. In fact, they've spent nothing at all except for the first round of essentials. Max isn't sure what they're saving for, but the first-year class is so restricted that anything they could get would be a waste of money. With some careful hacking and borrowed knowledge, Nico and Max managed to obtain a VR simulator program for the Crusader class giant mecha that is intended as a reward for top-performing senior class students. It took a little tweaking of their headset's user detection to adjust their body sizes in-game to be able to work the mecha, but they've got it functioning correctly now and it's saved as a physics learning program in their VR units. VR gaming is a popular pastime for students, but their access is strictly controlled, only approved and class-appropriate learning materials are permitted to enter the school, and no outside network access is allowed at all. Still, it's better than most of the options they have, especially for the upperclassmen, who are already learning piloting and repair courses, and as such get access to related content. Should we reprimand the 2 first years and confiscate the contraband program now, or wait to see what they do with it? The digital security officer asks Colonel Black after his weekly audit of the students' network access. Impressed the cadets managed to get through his security and gain access to the program at all. Wait until the winter break is over and then delete it. Officially it never existed on their headsets, but bring me a copy of their mission scores. Colonel Black would never let a true talent be wasted with black marks on their record. Plus, it was from the Academy, so they're not accessing anything that the military would criticize him personally for allowing them access to. If he thinks of it as an advanced class, he can pretend there is nothing at all strange about his actions and even defend himself from accusations, should his superiors within the Education Ministry object. After the class challenge, the actual classes start to get more enjoyable, but the rate at which Max is getting gains from the system has fallen off dramatically. He had gotten 2 or more every day before that, but now that he's near 50 points, it's getting harder. Today his entire routine only gave 1 strength upgrade. Compatibility determined, rank a primary attribute, STR 2.5x modifier, STR plus 30% dex plus 6% SPD plus 6% innate talent mind reading, additional functions locked. He's so close to hitting that magical 50 bonus points that he can hardly contain himself. The prospect of being as strong as a full-grown adult is irresistible to him. Only a few more upgrades and he will be at the yearly goal, not even a month into his first semester. Major Payne has been busy with the other students, getting them motivated and progressing towards their goals, so she hasn't taken the time lately to see how the 2-star pupils are progressing. She checks in on their routine daily, giving tips and making sure they're balancing their workouts, so they're not going to be suffering from any lingering muscle pains, strains or long-term fatigue, but she hasn't used her skill to see just what the results might be. Chapter 13. Goals. The 2 cadets expand their data collection the next day, after another status gain drought, adding the piloting program for the Kepler line mecha to their headsets. Though they're far from as glorious as the Crusader class mecha, they're of more immediate concern to the 2, as they're the first mecha that ever students will train on. The other new program they got was a martial arts program directly from Sergeant Zam, to help build their hand-to-hand combat skills. Many cadets view that as unnecessary in an age of high-powered weapons, but in urban settings, close-quarters engagement is the norm and not the exception. Line mecha in the standard pattern are only 3 meters tall, with the pilot sitting reclined in the torso, so they often get in close to their targets in such scenarios, and not every enemy they face will be human, or even humanoid. The actual armament of a line mecha varies, but it's typically simple and either slow-firing or self-guided, like rocket pods. That makes them perfect for hand-to-hand combat training once Max has memorized some of the dozens of styles Nico knew in her past life. Compared to them, what they teach Academy students is laughable, but according to Dave, That's the basic close combat style for the entire empire, only special forces are taught anything better. Unlike some other empires, the command structure of the Kepler Kingdom views ranged firepower as the great equalizer, and relies upon it for almost every situation. Line. Mecha combat is included in the program that Sergeant Zam sent them. It was just locked by their first-year class designation, a problem they quickly solved so that they could train both martial arts and mecha handling at the same time. The difference between in-person and in mecha is huge, as the line mecha are fully manual controls, 2 sticks plus dozens of buttons, switches and levers to control everything. For the most part you can keep your hands on the sticks, but more complex maneuvers are often done with one hand, while calibrating systems and sensors with the other. Far different than simply moving your own body to fight. Third time's a charm. Nico laughs the next day as they leave lunch, heading for the training grounds. They will both need at least 2 categories to update today in order to hit the goal, but they've got the feeling that it's coming soon. Today they pick the tennis simulator, and Nico cranks the machine back up to maximum stat gains, as she always does, making Max laugh. It's obvious the staff has noticed, and because they can't blame the students, they're blaming each other. Max would do the adjustments himself, but since he needs to actually touch the control panel and enter the changes, he would be caught in seconds. Nico can do it from inside the VR simulation, so even if they enter under standard settings it doesn't matter. Max is up 6 points to 5 when his strength finally increases. Strength gain STR plus 35%. The change will take a while to apply, and they've got time, so Max goes for the win, trying to finish the match before their next hourly break. Dexterity gain, Dex plus 8%, Speed gain SPD, plus 8%, System functionality unlocked. Base stats STR, 2 plus 35% Dex, 2 plus 8% SPD, 2 plus 8%. He's so happy to see the notifications that he doesn't even try to block the tennis ball that smacks him in the forehead, making Nico laugh. Go, take your break, I'll finish up the timer against an AI opponent. She tells him, then he is forcefully kicked out of the simulation. As much as Max loves being able to read minds, that ability of hers is entirely unfair. At least when they're using VR tech it is. Nico leaves the resistance trainer only a few minutes later, so the instructors think nothing of the two taking an extended break and waiting on their stats to update. They've been so reliable with their training regimen that Max even notices that others are taking a longer than usual break, assuming that their time is up when he goes back to training. Let's try something different for a bit. Get some real sunlight through the eyes instead of projecting the images straight into the brain. Max suggests. Water rugby, Nico asks, and the students around them cheer. Water rugby is a team sport, you need multiple players per side or it's just boring. There isn't a real pool here, but the water obstacle under the log run does the job very well. They can stand in it, with water to their chest, and the logs are just another obstacle to play around. It's also harder than it sounds, pushing through the water, especially with another cadet hanging off your back, trying to pull you under and steal the ball. Sergeant Farin has a new twist for them today, ankle and wrist weights as well as a weighted belt. The extra 2 kilos per limb isn't terrible, at least not at first, but the level of energy spent with the extra weight and the wet coveralls is much higher than simply playing on dry land. They call the game 20 minutes before the end of training, giving them some time to dry off, since the staff won't let you in the cafeteria covered in mud or dripping wet, and none of them want to change before they eat. To Sergeant Zam, that means it's time for the cadets to take a jog. The base layers dry out in seconds if they're not exposed to water, and the coveralls will dry rapidly in the wind. Hop to it, go go go, let's get you all pretty and dry for the cafeteria. Zam shouts, but doesn't push them hard enough, they'll really start sweating. He's on cafeteria duty today after all, and the fewer sweaty bodies there are in the room, the happier he is. Too many of the first years barely understand hygiene, or the necessity of washing clothes that aren't stained. Max's new base stats implement while he's eating, and Max can feel his uniform getting tighter. That's a known side effect of the process, it often pushes students through an accelerated early puberty, as the nanobots optimize them for adult life. He excuses himself to his dorm room, deciding that he can ask an instructor for new clothes in the morning, or if the change is not too drastic, simply go downstairs in his stretchy base layer and grab them from the commissary. Chapter 14. Puberty sucks. When Max woke up in the morning nothing fit him. From clothes to shoes to even his bed, he had outgrown them all in the course of a single night. Forget the plan of going down to the commissary in his skivvies, he's definitely going to have to get someone to bring him a new uniform. He looks over to Nico, who had also broken past the 50% margin yesterday, and presumably had the same issues that he did, only to find the small figure still sleeping comfortably in bed. She certainly wasn't as small as she was last night, but Max grew quite a bit in a single night. Getting up, he found that he could now easily reach the data screen on the wall by the door, and began to scroll through for a way to get new clothes before realizing that he had no idea what his new size was. He didn't even know exactly how tall he was. Fortunately for him, there is an easy way to find out your exact size here in the academy, in the form of a virtual reality headset. They might have hacked the ones they were using to adjust their size to be compatible with the cockpit size of the Crusader-class Mecha in the simulators, but the unit could still scan your body and tell you everything from your height and weight to your body mass index and if you needed a haircut to stay within regulations. So, Max put his set on and booted it up, asking it to run a user scan and report the data but not update any settings in the system at this time. He wasn't sure he'd be done growing at this point, and updating now might mess up their custom settings, making him a giant in the simulators. According to the headset, he had shot up to a whopping 170 centimeters tall, but still weighed only 39 kilos. He needed to eat to get enough calories into him for the nanobots to finish their work, but he couldn't very well do that naked. So, he went back to the data screen and paged Major Payne, who he knew would be up by this point anyhow. "This had better be good, Cadet. I'm not your mother that you can just summon at will," she growled, coming into their dorm room with her morning coffee in hand. "My apologies, Major, but both of us went through the 50% activation last night, and now neither of us has anything to wear that even remotely fits. I wasn't sure what to do, but going naked to the commissary didn't seem like the greatest of plans," Max explains as the instructor looks at him in shock. Not only did both him and Cadet Nico get through the year's goal for system gains in under 2 weeks, but the boy had also undergone one of the more dramatic puberty upgrades, likely due to his strength-based primary stat. As you mature, the system helps shape your body to the bonuses that you've put into it, so a high-strength male would naturally be a large and bulky person, where a dexterity-specialized soldier like herself tended to be more on the lean side. Major Payne produced a tape measure from her pocket and started measuring Cadet Max, getting his arm and leg lengths, as well as his height, chest and waist measurements. The process made Nico chuckle something about his 3 sizes, but Major Payne did the exact same to her, finding that she was still only 135 centimeters tall, shorter than average for the amount of maturing that her body had done overnight. The Major's estimation was that they would still need at least 2 or 3 days for the process to complete, so they were excused from classes, and an assortment of the regulation black uniform coveralls would be sent to their dorm in the meantime. She would be checking up on them 3 times a day, as well as twice daily visits from the doctors to ensure that they weren't having any issues, but if they felt any sort of pain they were to report to the infirmary immediately. That suited them just fine. They could take their time and recover, with a lot of food, and catch up on their simulator exercises that had been sacrificed these last few days in favor of extra time in the resistance trainer because they were trying for the last few games to put them over the top. In the observation room, the news from Instructor Payne had everyone buzzing in excitement. Not just 1 but 2 cadets had come very close to, if not broken the Empire's growth rate records, and they were both at the same academy. That would be a great benefit for their careers, as the speed of a cadet's progress reflected directly on the efficiency and skill of the academy training them. The news spread quickly and quietly to many other places as well, with more than one set of ears being interested in the fate of these cadets. One in particular decided to use his sway and go see them for himself, volunteering as a course instructor for advanced mecha piloting at the Kepler Terminus Military Academy. Max knew nothing of this though. All he knew was the coveralls arrived in only a few minutes and they could go fill up at the cafeteria. Not only the uniform rules had been suspended for them during this time, the portion size rules had too. During the transition, getting as much energy as possible was more important than maintaining a healthy body weight and blood sugar levels, which the standard diets were designed to do. The only real problem was that growing hurt a lot. Every second of breakfast was agony as his body adjusted, and he didn't think that Nico was in any better shape, despite remaining much shorter. The entire day progressed that way, just a steady stream of calories for his body to burn and intense pain that no available painkiller would even begin to nullify. The doctors came by twice and confirmed that it was absolutely normal with a growth spurt as intense as his had been, but there wasn't much they could do about the pain without temporarily disabling the nanobots, which would cripple his advancement, and possibly his body as well. Chapter 15. Special benefits. Being so far ahead of the curve left the teachers assigned to cadets Nico and Max in turmoil. If they kept pushing themselves, they might quickly surpass even the average third-year students, which would be a nightmare for the placement exams and training schedules. But if they held them back, there would be hell to pay with their superiors for stunting the children's growth. They had a few months to make their final decision still while the two cadets suffered through the progression and their bodies adapted, but after that something would need to be decided. What they eventually came up with, at Major Payne's insistence, was to allow them full use of the line mecha training programs in their off time, as well as special dispensation to go home for the fall break. First-year students had never earned the privilege before, but there's a first time for everything, and these two had earned it. That also gave them an extra week to plan their transition from the basics of first-year classes into something more suitable for their skill levels. In these newly grown bodies, they didn't look much different than the older students, and they were roughly the same size, allowing them to fit right in if they were transferred. There was some talk of moving them to a different academy, to avoid the upset that would be caused among students in the Year 3 class at the special treatment, but that was put to a sudden stop when they received the notice of a new trainer coming. The man was a living legend on Kepler Terminus, pilot of a Phalanx-class mecha that specialized in point defense. Alone he could hold a small city against an attack by light mecha and conventional vehicles. He intended to recruit the two cadets for classified special forces training, testing their worthiness here before moving them should they prove successful. That bought them the time they needed to let the cadets adjust to their new sizes and muscle density. Puberty in a week didn't come without a cost, and the initial pain was only part of it. The awkwardness was very real, and many cadets basically had to learn to walk again. The day before fall break finally came, Major Payne delivered the news of permission to return home for the early break to the cadets, who were training on the resistance machine at the lower than usual balanced growth setting so they didn't strain anything, then returned to the main class, who were writing exams at the moment. "You know what my parents are like, why don't you come to my house?" Nico asks and Max sighs. "My parents might be really terrible people, but they will get mad if I snub them for your family, and I don't want to make things difficult for you." Max sighed at Nico when the news came in that they could go home early for a visit. "What made things so awkward between them and you anyhow? You're pretty well behaved for a first year," Nico asked, putting on her best adult voice then breaking into giggles at the mental image of him beside the other first years. "I couldn't always control my gift, but I didn't realize it was subconsciously activating right away. I didn't know that some things weren't things I should know, so I spilled secrets and ruined surprises all through my early childhood until a friend helped me out. It made things really awkward with my parents and even worse with their relatives, who completely stopped visiting." Max decided to skip over the bit where his mother still insists he's her daughter not her son. "That's embarrassing enough just knowing, much less telling anyone else. I'll fix this. Come with me," Nico instructs. As expected, Major Payne is found in front of the array of monitors in her office when Nico knocks at the door. "Yes, cadets, how might I help you?" she asks. "We've a bit of a conundrum, Major. Cadet Max doesn't wish to go home, but for the sake of his mental health it is best he takes the holidays away from school. Might there be a way for him to be officially reprimanded to the campus, but still free to see my family for the holidays?" Nico asks. The Major is, of course, well aware of the Max family's issues. She's read all of the medical and observation records for her students, and knew that Max unwittingly told the recruitment officer of his father's alcoholism and his mother's affairs and drug abuse during a routine checkup at age 3. He would not be allowed by the academy to return to that house anyhow, so a note that he is not permitted to return home should be simple enough. "Will your parents agree? They should have 4 young boys now, correct? If all is well, yes. They should have 2 sets of twins. Fortunately, we are capable of entertaining ourselves, and the interaction should prove beneficial to Cadet Max." Nico smiles. "There will be cake." Major Payne can't help but laugh at that. The pair of overly mature cadets suddenly reminded her of proper 12-year-olds there for a moment. "Go on, I'll settle it for you. See you in 2 weeks. With that they were off, an academy car delivering them directly to the Tereth family doorstep. "My baby, you're back. And so grown. I read the permission letter from the school, you even brought me another girl. You're too kind, you don't know what it's like being around so many boys all day." Mary Tereth all but cries in her daughter's arms. Your mom is just as much fun as you remembered, Max chuckles. Hi, I'm Max. Unfortunately I'm not the girl my parents wished me to be, but feel free to call me Sam or Sammy. Everyone just uses last names in the academy, so I haven't heard it in a while. Whichever you prefer, dear, it's all the same to me. Then Max it is, Max declared and gave an impish smile to the overwhelmed woman. The Tereth family wasn't a particularly rich family, at least not all of them, but they were a close-knit and very old and influential one. Over the course of the first week dozens of relatives came to see the cadets in their academy uniforms, have dinner with the parents or even just watch a large group of the extended family's kids for a few hours to give everyone else a break. The last day of their vacation was a predictably teary-eyed affair, with Mary finding every excuse to delay their departure until Nico was sure the escort driver was going to simply throw them in the car and flee. Is she always like that, Cadet? He asked as they finally drove away. No sir, she's got 2 sets of twin boys at home though and misses having a girl around. The driver laughs, that I can understand. I've got 5 younger sisters. My father finds any excuse to come visit. Chapter 16. Meet the General. Many things changed after that first break for the 2 young cadets. Their classes were no longer with the rest of the first years, instead they had a comprehensive new course called Advanced Piloting that was scheduled to take their entire day. No separate training, or classes, just that one single item on their schedule. It was very similar to the changeover between second and third year schedules. During the third year, aspiring mechanics started using basic robotics, ground crew started learning organization, staffing and mission launch procedures, while potential pilots got a control systems course. This upgrade for him and Nico was a drastic change from the planned curriculum Max found online, which called for 2 years of fundamentals like reading and history before such courses started. Perhaps this is what Major Payne meant by being moved to the advanced classes. The most obvious change in his surroundings though, stood right by the gates in front of the school. An enormous Citadel-pattern phalanx-class mecha. This behemoth is so heavily armed it takes 2 pilots to operate at full capacity. One to move it and run the arm weapons, in this case an articulated hand holding a huge shield and a mighty triple-barreled ion bombardment battery. The second pilot is entirely on weapons and sensors. The array of 4 independently targeted anti-aircraft batteries atop its torso armor, the 6 chest-mounted laser cannons and the 2 shoulder-mounted twin-barreled 15 cm anti-armor guns. On this venerable machine, those are the only solid projectile weapons. The 4 anti-aircraft batteries had been switched to energy pulse-style quad guns at some point in its history. From his time playing illicitly obtained simulators, Max knew that this setup, particularly the ion bombardment battery on the right arm, would draw so much power from the thorium reactor that the whole machine would slow down at high rates of fire, even when the pilot was rapidly cycling the weapon 1 barrel at a time instead of firing all 3 at once. It was glorious, recently repaired and polished to a gleaming black, the nameplate reading, "Shining Darkness," and a banner hanging from its hips detailing the over 50 campaigns it had survived. Just how old was this war machine? How many times was it repaired from devastating damage? The first time they saw it in the courtyard, the 2 cadets stood staring for a long while, simply looking over the magnificent work of human ingenuity. The presence of such a storied giant mecha wasn't something they could fully appreciate with just a cursory glance. With the Phalanx-class mecha of course came a pilot, rumors saying he came alone, the previous second pilot having passed away. In this age, humans could live hundreds of years with modern medical treatment. Dying of old age was unheard of for a mecha pilot. Cadet Nico, Cadet Max, you will have advanced piloting with General Tennant. He preferred to sleep in his mecha, so report to him there. Major Payne informs the duo. That's not quite what Max was hoping to hear. The students that had seen the general reported him to be an ill-tempered old man covered in scars and tattoos. Having years of advanced piloting classes with him didn't sound fun at all. Major Payne had often taught the main piloting course, when she was overseeing older cadets, and she was regarded as an excellent teacher. Strict, but with a sense of humor. Having her class would be a much more enjoyable option. Upon reporting to the giant mecha for their first lesson, the 2 found nobody in sight. No teacher, no students, nobody at all. Nico tried to access the mecha, but was locked out by its security systems. Max had a little better luck though, as he could sense the pilot inside. He just didn't know what to do about it, as the man seemed to be sleeping or blocked from his innate talent. Max noticed the direction of Nico's attention as she looked up at the cockpit, and did the same. How do we greet him, and where is everyone else? He whispers. General Tenant, sir. Cadets Nico and Max reporting for duty, sir. Nico yells up at the mecha in the most professional voice she can muster. A side hatch on the torso opens when she calls out and a grizzled old soldier steps out, grabbing a wire cable from a winch inside the door and descending down to ground level using the hook. The thought of descending from such a height, simply standing on a hook attached to a winch line makes Max feel a bit queasy, but he's sure he would get over it eventually. After all, the general doesn't seem the least bit concerned by the action, and he's likely done it hundreds of times. So, you're it, are you? The general asks. It what? Presumably so, General. Cadet Max asks uncertainly. We were under the impression this was the advanced piloting course. It is, Cadet. You two are the only pair that have been identified as possible candidates for a future Phalanx class appointment on this planet right now. So you are the entire advanced piloting class. Identified as a potential Phalanx class team. Phalanx class mecha are legends on the battlefield. A single unit like the Shining Darkness can defend a city from a conventional army. Or take it from them. To most mecha battalions, they are the most senior command element, their general, spiritual leader and strongest ally in battle, all in one massive machine. That is exactly what Dave meant when he told Max to become the sort of leader soldiers could look up to. To see more than one appear on each side of a battle is to see the end of your world, a local proverb says about the Phalanx class mecha, referring to an ancient battle that rendered a nearby planet uninhabitable for centuries. 10 heavy mecha regiments faced off on a single world, the aftermath of their battle leaving the ground scorched and skies crackling with ionized energy. So, one day, if we survive that long, we might be piloting something almost as glorious as the Shining Darkness. Max asks in awe, not just almost as glorious. If you survive training in your first few tours with the required commendations, you will be taking over the Shining Darkness herself. General Tenant smiles, looking fondly up at his mecha. I'm an old man, and the Emperor tasked me with finding her successors. 10 generations of my family have fought inside Shining Darkness, each doing her proud. One legendary warrior showed so much promise he even moved past her and into the Titan class, Glory of Saul. Even you young cadets should know that name. General Tenant laughs. Of course they did. The Glory of Saul single-handedly took the Kepler core star cluster and held it against 4 hostile armies so the Kepler kingdom could be founded. There's not a child in this world, or the entire kingdom for that matter, that doesn't know the name. While a Phalanx-class mecha could hold a city, a Titan-class mecha, with their interstellar travel capability and unfathomable firepower, could hold a small empire. Even the glorious fleets of the interstellar navy couldn't stop them. A handful of them could hold an entire segment of the galaxy. But the mental power and skill required to so much as power it up was beyond even most S-class operators. The Titan-class machines were said to work on a dedicated neural link, making the operator's mind part of the mecha's AI. Not just any mind could handle that. Wait, that means the Shining Darkness predates the kingdom, Max gasps, just now realizing how much time is needed for 50 interstellar war campaigns to be finished. Suitably odd, not too prideful, I like it. Now to test your skills. Follow me to the simulators for the first lesson in advanced piloting. Chapter 17. First day training. Alright, cadets. Welcome to advanced piloting, General Tenant announces once all 3 of them are strapped into the simulation machines. The experience is a complete VR simulation, but the body isn't inactive like a gaming headset. Instead, the simulation follows your natural body's response inside the perfectly replicated cockpit of the simulator. The design was created to tone pilots' bodies and muscle memory in the most realistic way possible. This isn't basic piloting. I expect you understand the controls. They understand the controls very well, as both had been playing downloaded simulators long before arriving at the academy and had recently been practicing their martial arts inside the line mecha in the VR learning programs. So what we will start with today is evasion, the tactical footwork that will help keep you in one piece. The best targeting skills in the world won't help if you are not alive to use them. The cadets are currently strapped into modified line mecha simulators, designed for the younger cadets' smaller bodies, making Max, who is already tall enough to use the regular simulators properly, feel like a giant. The line mecha is the simplest and lowest grade of mecha currently used by the Kepler Kingdom, the foot soldier of a fully mechanized force. Standing a mere 3 meters tall, a line mecha could easily fight within urban areas or forests, with its seated pilot taking up most of the chest. Small mecha like these weren't commonly named, instead of being referred to in orders by pilot or unit designation. General Tenant preferred names when teaching. Cadets. Cadet Nico, your evasive pattern is in your heads-up display. Executed perfectly, your unit will not be hit by the pre-programmed defensive fire. Ready in 3, 2, 1. Nico watched the pattern appear in her heads-up display as she drove the small mecha through an obstacle course, parked vehicles, and ditches. The pattern and technique were unfamiliar but closely resembled the predictive evasion patterns from her childhood memories. She pushed the line mecha to its limits and took only a few hits during the entire run, mostly when her footing shifted. Not bad for a first attempt, Cadet. But your movements are too large to react to the more rapid adjustments. Keep your feet closer to the ground unless you're stepping over something, shift more at the hip joints and less with leg extension. Cadet Max, you're up in 3, 2, 1. Max barely had time to get himself mentally prepared, having still been taking in the advice Nico got when the instructor began his run. Many times incoming fire barely clipped his simulated mecha as he made his way through the course, leaving it battle-scarred by the end of the run. The enemy doesn't wait for you to think, Cadet Max. Work on those reaction times. You're not moving your whole mecha into the safe zones, only your piloting compartment, that's why you're taking so much fire. The enemy can still see you. Cadet Nico's advice was for Cadet Nico. Again, so went the entire first day of advanced piloting, all 12 hours. Nico and Max were so exhausted that they could barely drag themselves out of the simulators to shower and sleep. Food could wait until morning. Welcome to Day 2, Cadets. General Tenant greeted them from the cockpit of the Shining Darkness the following day. Sleep well. Yes, General, like the dead, sir. The cadets responded in unison. Very good. I worried I was too soft on you for you to sleep. Now, both of you, follow me back to the simulators. The pattern was not the same every run. It got harder to follow every time they completed it successfully. The first 6 hours flew by, and both cadets were sore and frustrated from their continued failures to achieve a perfect run, despite the constant suggestions for improvement. The general was, in fact, an excellent teacher. His demeanor was terrifying, but he knew exactly what a cadet needed to improve and how to explain it to them. Break for lunch, cadets. Food will be delivered to us here. He finally called, much to their relief. At first, they were dubious about the amount of food delivered. After all, despite the recent growth spurt, they didn't exactly have the largest stomachs. But the food was good, and they were starving. General, is it even possible to get a perfect run? Cadet Max asked during a break between bites of cheeseburger. If it were so easy to master, I wouldn't have to teach a course in it now, would I, Cadet? General Tenant laughed. I know you've borrowed some of my memories to help, but knowing what to do and doing it perfectly every time are two very different things. Until you can do it perfectly every time, you're nothing more than target practice for enemy mecha. I'll give you one piece of advice while we're here, outside of the Academy's observation of your training. Not only is the maneuver you're given important, but so is the one you're going to get next. Work on your situational awareness and it will speed up your progression more than anything else. If you can predict the upcoming attacks, you can easily dodge them. Both of you possess alpha-level system compatibility combined with reasonably high intelligence. Considering that, a level of basic precognition through data analysis should be possible for you with practice. This was the longest time anyone in the Academy had heard the general speak, and the only two to listen to it were his chosen cadets. Is precognition something that the system can grant? Nico asked incredulously. Not in a true sense, but if you train it well enough, you can unlock a variety of combat analysis skills that either mimic precognition or will effectively analyze likely enemy movements in advance and give you warning of likely incoming attacks. The system is very good at data analysis, don't doubt its abilities. General Tenant replied with great conviction. He'd been through enough battles to know to trust the system's judgment. It was right much more often than not, and a wasted round when the target didn't appear was preferable to missing the chance for a shot you could have taken. The system was the great advantage that the Kepler Mecha pilots had over their opponents, who had to work with what they were born to. Many other nations used drugs and genetic engineering to attempt to emulate the results of the system, but so far, none had succeeded in anything that would compare to it. The greatest threats to Kepler Mecha armies were, therefore, not other humans but inhuman beings with superhuman abilities innate to their species. Paying more attention to the surroundings made responding to the instructions easier after only a little practice. Under 10 glancing hits per run was possible for both cadets within the week, no matter what battlefield setting the simulator gave them. I've never seen anything like it, Colonel Black mused, watching the simulator footage. They're progressing at an astounding rate. The general has already moved the difficulty to level 2 a semester ahead of schedule. Major Payne agreed, but he hasn't even started teaching them weapon drills. Don't you think it's a bit too unorthodox? One of the Imperial supervisors asked. All the other piloting students spend upwards of 6 hours a day at the shooting range improving their skills. We don't even know if these cadets can operate the weapon systems. The general knows what he is doing. By the time the group training for the year-end inter-class competition begins in 4 months, they will have covered everything they need. Colonel Black assures the bureaucrat. The bureaucrats never understand the true genius of a combat veteran like him. Major Payne thinks to herself, silently judging the overseer sent from the central government on Kepler Prime to ensure the quality of the children's education. And isn't it odd that they all eat in total silence? The Imperial supervisor asks, looking at the screen. Yes, it is. Very odd, but as the general is the highest-ranked officer on base, none of them would be willing to call him out on using his system abilities and command codes to block the audio feed on the surveillance cameras, even if he does it every lunch hour. Nor will they be mentioning that fact to the government supervisor. Chapter 18. Promotions. With their new class schedule putting them in the advanced piloting course all day, it was determined by the Academy that the 2 genius cadets would no longer be part of Year 1 Class 1, though for now they would remain in their old dorm room. Officially they were part of the Advanced Education Department now, which was usually reserved for cadets in their final 2 years who showed enough promise to get recruited into the Special Forces training program. But lately, the quality of Kepler Terminus cadets had been very good and their dorms were all full. That proved to be a problem for the Academy, since the regular dorms of the first years weren't all that secure, physically or digitally, and both cadets were known to have skills in hacking. The general thought it was hilarious, but he was the only one on staff that did. Everyone else was fully stressed about the fact that they might cheat their way through the exams, but General Tennant knew very well that his own personal examinations couldn't be cheated on, for he only tested true survival skills that were applicable to the battlefield. That's why no other instructor really understood his technique. They knew the book theory and the approved methods, but they were teachers through and through. Most of them had never seen the battlefield. The only one on the Class 1 team that had more than a single tour of combat duty was Sergeant Zam. It was Zam who alerted the general to the 2 promising cadets here, and convinced him to come check them out. Starting the 3rd day, Max was starting to get used to the grueling schedule that General Tennant kept, but with years of academy education left ahead of them, and a 4-year head start on the rest of the Special Forces trainees, he wasn't sure exactly what the old general's rush was. The other trainees had courses 10 hours a day, plus physical fitness time, but General Tennant had Max and Nico in the simulators for 12 hours a day, in 6-hour stretches. Max had already looked up the standard rotations, and they were 3 hours each, so he decided that might be why the general pushed for 6 hours at a time, to get them prepared for the times when they might need to pull a double-duty shift in the case of an emergency, heavy losses or ongoing attack. Understanding the logic was one thing, but convincing his body that it was actually capable of surviving it was entirely different. He woke up on time, made it through the training, ate and slept, that was it. Nico seemed to be adjusting better, so he searched her mind for answers this morning while he still had the energy. To her it simply felt natural. The empire she served during her previous incarnation used performance-enhancing drugs combined with genetic engineering to create super soldiers out of their limited human resources, so this body simply couldn't yet keep up with everything that was asked of her as a mecha pilot in the last life. Max briefly considers that it might not be in the far past or the future, just an empire whose technology was heavily classified or far away from where they currently are, because the way she was trained before and the way General Tennant is training them now are entirely too close to be a mere coincidence. Or maybe combat just has some sort of universally hellish quality to it, and it's the same no matter where you are. Since you're enjoying the drills so much, I have added a new realm of complexity to it starting this morning. Randomly placed land mines. Your sensors are fully capable of detecting them, just set them to the chemical detection setting and you're good as gold. The general informs them when they make it to class for their 6th day of training. Tomorrow will mark their first full week of training, being their designated weekly day of relaxation, so they had hoped that today would be not too bad. After all, they'd gotten good at the previous obstacle courses that the general had been putting them through. But it seemed that he simply couldn't wait until after the rest day for them to move on to a new difficulty level. The landmines are indeed easy to detect with the sensors. The problem is that the sensor setting that finds them can't be active at the same time as the one that detects charged energy pulses that they use to predict incoming weapons fire. The line Mecha's systems are simply not advanced enough for that level of multitasking. Max has a decision to make: landmines or energy pulses. The answer should be both, he just needs to determine how. For his first run, Max decides that the technique he will try is a quick scan for landmines every time he's about to move out of cover, then back to incoming weapons fire, and on to the next covered position, hoping that he didn't forget where the landmines were. It is moderately effective, except that the quick scan doesn't always catch all the mines, and dodging the incoming shots requires moving off the planned path, which means recalculating his path through the buried obstacles. He manages to blow himself up the first run, stepping on a mine to dodge an ion cannon blast, but the general doesn't criticize him, simply calls out his usual admonishment. "You're dead, cadet. Go again." General Tennant knows that this level of obstacle course is nearly impossible for a cadet at this level, but the more times they face mortality, and the harder the training is to start, the better adjusted they will be to the battlefield conditions when the time comes to face real combat. He wants these two to eventually take over his own Phalanx-class mecha, but such an honor can only possibly go to heroes of the Empire or direct descendants of the current pilot, of which General Tennant has none that he finds to be suitable and worthy of the opportunity. Chapter 19. The Grind. Good work today, cadets. You're getting better at avoiding the landmines when you dodge. Since tomorrow is a break day, I'll see you after lunch for your training. Dismissed. General Tennant informs them with a smile. Both Max and Nico saw that one coming. For a man well into his senior years, the general is a workaholic at heart. There was no way that they were actually going an entire day without any form of training going on. At least not under his command. General Tennant had a good reason for that though. A little bit of duty every day builds a habit of training. Once that habit is instilled into the cadets so well that it becomes subconscious, they will continue to do it well beyond basic training and instill it into the troops under their command as well. The fact that most commanders let their troops slack on long interplanetary missions is something that he considers one of the biggest killers of soldiers in the Kepler Empire. The first days of combat are when the battle is the most intense, targets are the most heavily defended, and soldiers are the best equipped. If troops have been on transit for a month or more, barely training enough to keep up their skills, what do commanders expect will happen to them? Of course they're going to get slaughtered. You drop them from the military version of a vacation directly into a hell full of anti-mecha firepower and guided missiles. Not just the mecha pilots either, the mechanics, the medics and the infantry as well. Everyone suffers from that same malaise after a long period of little training and no real work. To some his method might be unorthodox, or considered a social experiment, but General Tennant has been successfully using it for decades now, and it's built him the reputation that he has as a brilliant strategist and peerless commander. With these two intended to be his successors, his work ethic is the most important thing he believes that he can impart to them before they graduate to actual combat. Compared to his advanced piloting course, the observers noted that the other classes seemed to have it excessively easy. The intensity of his training simply put everything the government approved in their interplanetary education guides to shame. The cadets having the most fun were definitely the Mecha ground crew students. They learned radio etiquette, proper movement patterns and launch control, all in a virtual reality setting. To the students, it was like getting to handle real mecha all day. Even their book work was studied inside the virtual reality simulation for the most part. The mechanics had it rough though. The very basics of their specialty were mecha repair theory and diagnosis. How did it break? Why did it break? And what broke to cause this effect? They wouldn't get to the actual fixing until later, their third year or maybe the fourth. Diagnosis and fine-tuning of a mecha system was life or death for pilots relying on top performance. No gaps in knowledge were allowed in the elite class. Out of the three main courses, theirs was the most knowledge-intensive. Ground crew needed discipline, pilots needed skill, but mechanics needed insane amounts of knowledge. This caused their dropout rate from elite to regular courses to be the highest of the specialties. Higher even than the piloting course. For their first half day, General Tennant had a special treat for his students. Targeting practice. Now, he wasn't so kind that he would let them do it in a simulated firing range with a stationary mecha and stationary targets the way the other cadets started. No, this was his advanced piloting course, not the sad joke that he viewed the regular elite piloting course as. He was going to introduce targets to hit into the existing avoidance scenario. Only 5 for today, and he'd see how the cadets could do without getting shot to fragments or stepping on landmines. The very first attempt went better than he had expected, with Cadet Max managing to hit 3 of the targets and complete the course without getting blown to pieces. There was something odd about Cadet Nico's targeting method though. General Tennant was watching, and she never pulled up her targeting array, only designated a firing point and shot on the move, hitting all 5 targets with ease. He'd never seen anything like it, so he investigated the data logs and found that the targeting array was indeed pulled up from the very start, but she only pulled the basic targeting crosshairs onto her heads-up display to process on her own instead of relying on the Mecha to determine appropriate leading distance. Cadet Nico, might I ask, how did you hit the targets without using the Mecha's targeting calculations? He asked once he'd finished reviewing her run. I'm pretty good at guessing, General, it's like an innate skill, but not officially. The petite cadet responded with a smile. You should see her in action in the dorms, even if you dodge, she can still hit you with a paper ball. Max confirms, referring to the normal horseplay in the first-year dorms and cafeteria. Impressive, but since it works at this level of difficulty I will let you continue. With any luck you may get a targeting-related system function unlocked when you hit 100 total bonus points as your first additional function. Max thinks about his own talents, what might the system unlock for him? He hopes it isn't some pointless buff to his already imbalanced strength stat. The system is known to provide you with benefits to what you're skilled at, not what you're lacking in, so that is a distinct possibility that Max is trying to avoid happening to him. But he's not sure that he has another skill that's significant enough to get noticed and pull the nanobot's AI away from continually increasing his strength. Without any frame of reference, isolated as he is with only Nico and General Tennant, Max really has no idea how far his piloting skills have progressed beyond the average, or how incredible the observers found it that he was able to nearly keep up with the dexterity and speed specialized Cadet Nico in the avoidance drills. Chapter 20. Things are getting strange here. Every day the 2 cadets returned to their first-year dorms, but every day they felt a little more out of place. They were still the only ones to have reached the 50-point mark 2 months after the fall break when their training with General Tennant began, and they had physically matured well beyond the level of their supposed peers. Not only that, but their speed, stamina and physical skills were well beyond almost anyone they met in the dorms, even when they went to the main floor mess hall for dinner. No longer did they feel threatened by the seniors, though they were still a little bigger than Cadet Max. The progression slowed down so much that very few would reach 150 bonus points before leaving the academy for the university. Feeling that the difference was getting too small to be normal, Max decided to check his system bonuses for the first time in a while. It had been over 2 months since the thought even occurred to him after all, being so busy with General Tennant's training, and not expecting much. The notifications still came in now and then, but always when he was at his busiest, so they were easily forgotten and rendered irrelevant compared to mastering the next technique that the General had set for them. Shooting while on the move was now a standard part of their training, and the targets only got more and more tricky as the simulations went on. The combination of dodging incoming fire and ground obstacles while trying to hit those targets required every bit of mental fortitude he possessed. Stuffing lunch into his mouth, Max opened the system interface to see how his stats had come along. Compatibility determined, rank a primary attribute STR 2.5x modifier STR 2 plus 60% dex 2 plus 16% SPD 2 plus 16% innate talent mind reading additional functions locked. That partially explained the phenomenon to Max. His bonuses had put his strength over 3 points modified, well beyond what the beta rank and lower senior students could boast of, starting with a base of only 1 point to modify. Even if they too had strength as their primary attribute, they couldn't compare to him physically. Max decided that must be what was causing his sense of disorientation around others. The system had pushed him too far from the human norm. He briefly wondered if Nico felt the same way, or if her modifiers were too low to have caused that level of difference yet. She had just as much of a total modifier as he did, but it was split between dexterity and speed, giving her a good balance, but no truly outstanding stat. The next break was coming up, which for every academy cadet meant crunch time, preparing for their end-of-semester exams. General Tennant's class was no different, just smaller than usual. He gave them a deadline of the next break to learn suitable aim for first years and integrate that knowledge with their handling skills. According to the General, the difficulty level that he had just increased was the bare minimum for Special Forces training standards, and if they couldn't keep up with that they'd be falling behind on their accelerated education schedule. Making that standard was not going to be an easy task for any cadet. What the cadets Max and Nico didn't know was that piloting students in the other elite classes first worked on mastering the point firing technique. The method they were taught was to stop and brace their mecha for accurate fire, then move on to the next target. The regular classes would start learning that in year 4 instead of 3. Both Max and Nico had major advantages in this area though. Max had mentally scanned and memorized everything he could about shooting theory, targeting and firing on the move from every teacher he met, including the general. Nico, on the other hand, could use the innate talent from her system to directly interface with the targeting system and use it more like an extension of her own body. General Tennant had been quietly astounded by the skill the students showed from the very first day, but locked away those thoughts. Using one of his system abilities while teaching so that the mind-reading cadet Max wouldn't pick up on it. That was also why he kept them exclusively with him. One open-minded teacher could give away the entire project and let them know just how unusually advanced they were. Some civilian experience in simulators was nothing new for elite piloting course cadets, but these two were not normal. They didn't have the mentality of the usual 12-year-old freshman cadets even before the system accelerated their maturation, but now they began their training runs showing matched emotionless faces suitable to seasoned combat veterans or hardcore VR gaming professionals. Inside the simulation their shots are methodical, well-planned, but lacking a bit of muscle memory and intuition only constant combat or physical practice could provide. Much better than any of the other cadets could boast. Within the week after he added shooting to their training, they had mastered point shooting to graduating cadet standards and beyond, like they both had decades of experience and just needed to shake off the rust. Their rapid progression somewhat reminded both the general and the observing instructors of wounded veterans returning to duty. Their actions gave off the impression that the cadets knew the skills, they just needed to remind their bodies. That left General Tennant an entire week to plan their final exams for the semester, and he had a particularly good one in mind. So far the cadets had only shot at training targets, and faced the fire of mounted turrets. But for the exam, General Tennant intended to use a simulated battle with actual line mecha for them to fight. Not only would it give him more insight into their skills, but also their teamwork and ability to function under pressure. In his mind, it was the perfect plan. To the other instructors who had to approve all final exams to prevent students from flunking out due to faulty examinations, it was a tragedy in the making. How should they even score that? The instructor who taught a student was not allowed to grade their final exams, to prevent bias from influencing the results, but the general's proposal was so outlandish they weren't even sure how they should grade his students. These were students in their first year of mecha piloting training, but even if they treated them as year 3 students, who would be in their first year on the simulator, this was too much. Should they grade it like an exit exam, where the senior students earned their qualifications on the line mecha in preparation to move on from the academy? That's the difficulty level that the general had proposed. Even worse, if they could pass that level of an exam, wouldn't it mean that the academy had been too soft and using inefficient methods all this time, turning out pilots who were far inferior to their true potential? Chapter 21. Mid-year exams. The final consensus with the instructors was that they would grade the exam as a standard class exit exam, and then all future examinations would be done on the Special Forces training standards. If General Tennant believed his students were up to this, they would take his word for it, and he would take the fallout if the students failed. Good morning, cadets. As you know, today is exam day. In honor of that, I have prepared a special surprise for you. A new course, simulating a proper battlefield with enemy mecha and everything. You've got 3 hours to complete the search and destroy mission, and it's a team course, so take your time, remember what I taught you and you will be all ready for your exams. Remember, nothing under 90% accuracy will satisfy me, so don't get sloppy and just start shooting everywhere. Now go, have fun, and I'll order lunch when you're nearly finished. The two cadets share a happy glance as they get into their simulators. Getting to run a proper simulated battle before this afternoon's exam is the best reward they could have hoped for. They looked up the third-year advanced class exams, and they had both been better than that the day they arrived at the academy. They're guaranteed to ace that exam. Don't you think it's a bit unethical to keep from the students that he's modified their exams and that they're taking them now? One of the observers asks the assembled grading team. It's a psychological trick to keep their nerves from affecting the outcome. You'll see, they're going to do just fine. One of the teachers explains to him, laugh lines wrinkling around his one good eye as he smiles. The chosen battlefield is one of the final exam standard courses, an urban landscape against rebel mecha. The goal of the mission is for the two-person team to make it to the rendezvous point alive and eliminate 10 of the enemy mecha. The exam is graded on the time taken, damage taken and shooting efficiency. Less than an hour and a half is a perfect time score, while 50% mecha durability remaining and 70% on target accuracy are passing scores in their category. A bit below the grade in one category can be balanced out to an overall pass, but they all understand that the general won't see it that way, as he has informed the academy that he wants these cadets for the special forces. Max and Nico watch as the scenario boots up, seeing on the mission map that the pickup point is on the far east side of the city, directly opposite them. They only get to look at the mission map before they start, as scrambled radar is part of all exams, but that's enough for the two. Their memories are good enough, they both have the basic layout of the area memorized before the countdown starts. You take lead, I've got covering fire. Nico suggests as the timer starts and they can pick their weapons. Both go for the heavy ion cannon, in their opinion the best of the options available, while Nico adds a second ion cannon for her offhand and Max picks a shield. The shield doesn't count towards mecha damage taken, so the point man can draw some fire and take it with the shield to pull enemies into the open. You just have to be careful not to let your mecha itself get hit. The timer reaches 0 and Max begins to lead the way through the city. Most cadets would go for the main roads, because it's easier to handle the mecha and harder to get ambushed on them, but Max goes for a narrow side street. He's identified the most likely places for enemy mecha to be set up, and this road should lead them in behind where the defenders are watching the main roads. Line mecha aren't particularly quiet, but the scenario is filled with the sounds of an ongoing battle, mostly covering their rubber-padded footsteps as they make their way through the narrow alley to the first likely defense point. Max's call was exactly right, there are 4 line mecha there, all with their backs to the alley. On his signal, Nico puts ion blasts into the back cooling systems of 2 mecha while he gets a third. The final mecha turns around at the incoming fire, only to take a round to the cockpit's armored window, killing the pilot instantly. That's 4, move back into the alley, I think I hear a patrol. They both move just out of sight until the footsteps get close. A 2 mecha patrol has found their ruined allies. When Max hears one of them lean forward to check the damage on the fallen mecha, he steps out into the open, blasting the power core of one mecha from the top vents while Nico again goes for the cockpit. That's 6, it's like fishing from a barrel. Max jokes before leading the way down another side street to where he thinks another defense point might be. Incredible, 6 shots for 6 kills, every one into a critical weak point. Not only skilled, but utterly ruthless. Not many pilots think to aim for the visual targeting slot and destroy the cockpit. Colonel Black commends the performance so far. Aren't they a bit too aggressive though? They only need 10 kills before reaching the exit, and they've gotten 6 in the first few blocks, the observer asks. 10 minimum, there's no limit on total kills, except that you need to make the exit point in time. They're still keeping a good pace towards the exit, so unless they get turned around they should be fine. The second point isn't on the side street like Max thought it would be. They've actually set up a barricade in the middle of an intersection, with 6 line mecha and a collection of burnt-out transports. That's a bit tougher than expected. Got any good ideas? Max asks. Parking garage, over there. We'll have to crawl or climb the side wall to get up top, but it's got a good concrete barricade and the advantage of height. You take the high ground, signal me when you're ready and I'll cause a diversion. Max agrees. Chapter 22. Exam results. Nico circles wide around the intersection so she's not detected and slings her weapons to climb up the back wall of the parkade. The line mecha are heavy, but no worse than a light cargo transport, so the floors will certainly hold the weight. I'm up top with a good line to the intersection. Max steps from the alley and ducks behind his shield, placing 3 shots into the defenders, killing 1 and damaging 2 others. That turns all their attention to him and a hail of fire slams into his shield. They've all turned towards Max, so Nico opens fire, leaning forward to shoot down from the parkade. 4 more mecha drop in an instant, leaving just 1 damaged mecha. It turns to fire up at Nico, who retreats behind the concrete barrier at the edge of the parkade, while Max unleashes his ion cannon into its back. Too easy. Max begins, but Nico cuts him off. Patrols coming from your right and behind you. The group at the intersection must have got a message off. Cross the street to your left and keep running in 3, 2, 1. Go. Max runs across to the next alley and keeps going until he reaches the next intersection, turning right to get closer to the parkade. Stay behind the corner of that building until the shooting starts. Nico directs, her height giving her a better view of the battlefield. She fires both hands at once into the same mecha, both hitting the torso and destroying the power plant. That makes both patrols target her, and Max rounds the corner, seeing that her timing left two mecha with their backs to him. His shots drop them in an instant, and Max retreats around the back out of sight before he's noticed. More ion cannon shots join the sound of the enemy auto rifles, and Nico sends Max more navigation points. Back to your first point, the second patrol is using the barricade for cover, but they had to move the transport on that side to get in. Max laughs as he sees the two mecha posed up against the transporters to get away from Nico's ion cannons. They're clearly in the open from his vantage point, their mecha side onto him, so he simply blasts through their cockpits. Line mecha aren't heavily armored, there's a half-dozen spots in the torso that the extreme firepower of the ion cannon can punch through the layers of composite armor. But since it takes an entire second before the ion cannon can shoot again, and the line mecha only has its primary weapon, any missed shots put you in danger. They've cleared the defense point in both patrols now, so Nico comes down from the roof and Max leads the way through the alleys. Towards the exit point, they've got more than enough kills already, so he's just plotting the most efficient course that he can remember while trying to get behind likely defense points. 0 damage taken through a dozen kills, smooth operation through the alleys, no running into walls or getting tripped up by debris. Plus they're halfway across the course now, only 30 minutes in. Impressive, the observer notes. That's why they're up for Special Forces nomination. Colonel Black agrees, watching them pick off another group of the entrenched defenders. This course has more mecha than usual on it for an exam, with the trade-off being that they're fairly predictable, defending main streets from invasion. Some of the other courses, like the Woodlands course, have every enemy mecha on patrol. The instructors watch in awe as the duo makes their way through the city, with Max swapping his damaged shield out for a fresh one from a downed enemy mecha. The final trick to this mission is that the landing point is overrun. 5 additional mecha are in the open area, and the dropship that ends the mission hasn't landed yet when the cadets arrive. Neither cadet expected a simple and straightforward mission though, and they simply run in shooting. Max runs forward to get behind a cargo container, while Nico lays down on top of another and keeps up a steady stream of covering fire, every shot glancing an enemy mecha, but unable to reach a vital spit for a kill. Once Max is in position, she climbs down the back of the container and circles, while the defenders try to get a firing line to her previous location. Max drops the first he catches in the open, then another before Nico is in place again. The 3 survivors go for Max, leaving them open from Nico's side, and the mission completes as scorching ionized plasma from her cannons burns through their power cores and cockpits. 2 perfect accuracy scores, no damage taken, only 47 minutes elapsed. They've graduated for sure, with flying colors. Should we clear the general to give them line mecha certification and move on, or will we be holding to the line mecha only until college policy for cadets? One of the examiners asks Colonel Black. I'm sure that old War Dog wants them cleared on everything, so they'll be moving on to Corvette class training whenever he deems them ready. Major Payne informed me that they're also nearly to 100 bonus stats already, so they'll be going through the second stage of physical development, which will delay new piloting techniques for a while, but we should expect that within the next semester they will begin training on the Corvette class. Soon, turns out to be now. They both received gains from the exam mission have put them over the threshold. Unlike 50 points, which causes puberty in young cadets, 100 points refines the body to be more durable and faster healing. If the two advancements are this close together, it might affect their eventual physical growth, but neither cadet knows that, nor do most of the instructors. General Tennant does though, and gets them both to a cot in the restricted training center to rest off the change while he gets food and new clothes, in case they grow out of what they're in. For Max, that bit of foresight is again a blessing, as he's grown to 170 centimeters tall by the time he wakes up, and is gaining muscle by the second. Nico, on the other hand, only made it from 125 to 140 centimeters tall. Despite her body developing as expected through the accelerated puberty process, she has remained exceedingly short. General Tennant finds the whole thing a bit amusing. One cadet is the image of a strapping young man, the sort of chiseled blonde and handsome you would expect to see in an actor or a propaganda video model. The Other is a tiny dark-haired and black-eyed creature with a maturity that defies her stature. She reminds him of the forest folk from one of the planets he was stationed at. Even their men never got taller than 150 centimeters. The size makes him wonder if it's from the system's interference, or if her family was originally from another planet, where the gravity is a bit different and the citizens are shorter. That answer will have to wait though. General Tennant has paperwork to fill out, badges to requisition and the next step in their training to implement. Chapter 23. Field trip. While Max and Nico sleep off their most recent changes, General Tennant comes back with food and a change of clothes for them. Fortunately for him, the Academy had all the necessary pins and badges in stock, so the new coveralls are ready to go with their new line Mecha certification badge and Special Forces Cadet designations attached as well as the name tags. The commissary got him a full set of new uniforms, dress, casual and coveralls for his students, plus base layers and undershirts, all before dinner was ready. Waking up to food and properly fitting clothes put them both in a great mood. The fact that they started their break in the morning was even better. The only question was if they were actually going to be able to leave the academy at all this break, having gotten a special early leave for the last one, and having started training under the intense General Tennant now. General Tennant could easily guess at the questions that they had, and their concerns were well-founded. Special Forces cadets weren't allowed to leave the academy except between years, for fear of data leaks or kidnappings happening if enemy forces should find out that they were unprotected. Instead, he had come up with a fun little field trip for them. An escorted mission to the forests along with the senior students who had also qualified on the line Mecha already. There was very little danger to a patrol on Kepler Terminus, being so far out from the front lines of the war, or even from the majority of the inhabited planets of the Empire. The mission doesn't leave until the next morning though, so they've got time to familiarize themselves with the actual mecha that the Academy has on hand for students. For the mission, they will be carrying light weapons only, as the cadets aren't cleared to carry heavy armaments in public spaces until they've graduated and officially entered the military. That's hardly a loss to Max though, as simply getting to pilot an actual mecha, outside of school grounds is more than enough for him. The shining darkness won't be coming along, nor will General Tennant, citing the need to prepare for the upcoming semester's training while the students are out on their overnight field trip. One day out, overnight watches, then back to the academy. Colonel Black will be leading the Special Units Mission Training as it's officially called, along with 2 government observers in Crusader-class mecha. In total there are 50 qualified students going along on the trip, a number few primary academies in the Empire could boast, but fairly standard for a combat patrol. The mecha that Max and Nico have been assigned are the leftovers that nobody else on the mission wanted, the older and more beat-up units from the academy inventory, but according to Colonel Black in the senior year advanced mechanics class, they check out as fully combat capable. They just need a little refresh and some exterior paint to be good as new. Everything that they should need for the mission has already been loaded inside by the logistics class and double-checked, but General Tennant has them go over everything again, and double-check all systems, then their ammunition levels, despite only being issued a single power cell for the ion rifles. They can be recharged off the mecha's power core if they're depleted, but without a spare cell or a hardwired connection like the heavier ion cannons, that leaves them without any form of weapon for hours at a time, should they actually need to use the rifle. They don't expect to, but General Tennant is a pessimist to the core, and highly suspicious of the motivations of the government observers. There have been whispers that the bureaucrats might be intending to stage a soft takeover of the government, getting all senior military elements and pilots of Phalanx-class mecha on their side to take practical control of the government despite the imperial family having technical authority. The Shining Darkness has been with his family since before the Empire existed, and the Phalanx-class pilots swear loyalty directly to the Emperor, not to the bureaucracy that runs things on the day-to-day. Right now, that serves as a balance against corruption, but if the bureaucrats controlled the Phalanx-class mecha, there really wouldn't be anyone to stop them from taking over. The military views the Phalanx-class units as their natural leaders. If they turned against the Empire, the entire military would most likely follow. Just short of 3 centuries ago, when the Kepler Empire was founded from a collection of independent systems, it was the Titan-class glory of Sol and an assembled force of Phalanx-class mecha that upheld their declaration of unity. The military has not forgotten their heroes. Keeping the safety of his potential successors in mind, the general also equips the line mecha assigned to Max and Nico with a sword each, since academy regulations don't allow him to requisition more ammunition for them. That should at least give them a fighting chance if something does go wrong and the patrol is ambushed. It should also be a surprise to anyone who goes against them, as they haven't openly used close combat weapons while under observation. Everything checks out for the trip, so he escorts them to the back of the pack, where the colonel welcomes the 2 young prodigies to the patrol, then sends them the radio channels and encryption codes for the mission. If anyone in the government knew of the general's suspicions, they would call him a conspiracy theorist, and possibly question his suitability to continue as the pilot of the Shining Darkness at all, which ironically would prove him right. But he keeps his thoughts strictly to himself, using an ability gained from his system to hide the wayward suspicions from even Cadet Max in his mind reading. The presence of the 2 additional cadets doesn't attract much attention from the others, as everyone is known only by Mecha number during the patrol for ease of communication. Max has Mecha A16 and Nico picked Unit A86, declaring that the seat was the most comfortable. They are technically identical, but in an older unit, they can be worn out in different ways, and Nico is just barely within height parameters for the pilot's compartment. Mission: fall in. We leave in 3 minutes. Colonel Black declares, and all the friendly banter over the radio ceases, the cadets getting mentally prepared for what will be the first real patrol for all of them. Chapter 24. The first trip marching out of the academy compound in a double-file line is the most excitement that most of the cadets have felt in years. It's like they've finally succeeded and become real-line mecha pilots. In a way they have. They are certified on the machines, they just haven't had the opportunity to operate outside of training scenarios before. The academy is outside of the city, due to the noise generated by mecha operations, so the transition from the academy to the woods is almost instant. Kepler Terminus is a sparsely populated and tropical world, with no frozen poles, where going into the woods is nearly synonymous with anything outside of a settlement, a blessing for mecha operation. Near the academy is a dense tropical forest with a variety of large carnivores, but nothing that should be a threat to a mecha. That's not really the point though. Sending the cadets out into the woods to review the security of the outlying villages is an exercise in confidence, not practicality. The local security forces would have already taken care of anything that threatened the locals. Taking up the back, with only Colonel Black in a Crusader-class mecha behind him, gives Max an excellent view of the operation styles and capabilities of the others in the group. The difference is easy to pick out. The regular piloting class is a bit rough with their controls, distracted by things around them and lacking practical experience to make their operations smoother. The Special Forces candidates are much more competent and focused, operating naturally. On the other hand, Nico seems to have gone insane inside her mecha. It's making the strangest gesture, with its hand against the top of the chassis. Then Max realizes she's piloting by entirely mental link using her innate talent, and the mecha is copying her, scratching her head. Nico, pay attention, the mecha is scratching its head along with you. Max sends to her unit's heads-up display and her unit turns and gives him a thumbs up. Being patched into all communications and watching the strangely behaving unit, Colonel Black is laughing inside his cockpit. The cadets trained by General Tennant are an odd pair, but they're incredibly capable. He hasn't realized that Nico is piloting with her innate talent. Instead, the colonel thinks that both cadets are just so attuned to their mecha that they're instinctively moving them to match what they want their body to do. Max hasn't realized, but his mecha gestures with its hands when he talks, the same way he does, just in a more robotic manner. He also notices that both of them are carrying close combat weapons, an addition that General Tennant must have made to their kit, but also one that the colonel approves of. When he was still a combat officer, he preferred to have a pair of close combat guards in front of him to keep hostile targets from directly engaging his entirely long-range focused mecha. His mecha doesn't leave one free hand like so many do, instead it uses a battle cannon hard-mounted on one arm and an ion destroyer on the other. At a distance, it is devastating, but when targets get in close he can be at a disadvantage. Unlike the general, he doesn't suspect that anyone would try anything against his cadets on this mission, he just likes to be prepared at all times. It makes a good impression on others, and you don't get to be a colonel without being somewhat of a politician. An hour into the mission, the difference in training becomes very obvious, as the regular class cadets start getting tired, being used to training in virtual reality. The level of concentration needed to pilot isn't the problem, they're simply not used to the constant physical exertion. The academy only has 20 of the physical simulators, as they're incredibly expensive and getting funding for more hasn't been easy. With 100 piloting students a year, their usage is fairly limited. Getting students used to real conditions is the hardest part of the job out here in an outlying system where nothing is viewed as high priority by the central government. But despite that, his academy still turns out some of the highest quality pilots anywhere. The instructors in the lead have just called a break when Colonel Black starts detecting something strange on his sensors. He thought it was a central government equipment signature, but then it vanished and a few seconds later the same thing at another location. He's not the only one that noticed. Cadet Nico also caught the blip on her sensors, and she passed the warning on to Max. Keep your eyes open, we're about to have visitors. The display screen on the left side of his cockpit blinks with the message only seconds before a local government transport comes onto the unit's radar, as if the unit had just been started. It's up ahead at the next village, nothing abnormal about that, but if there's one thing they've learned about the academy is that everything is a test. Everything. The transport doesn't move, waiting in the village while they take their break. Max keeps aware of anything that might be hiding around them, but can't find anything out of the ordinary. He started to relax his vigilance when they reach the village and find that the vehicle on their radar is a road maintenance crew, cutting back new growth to keep the road clear. The road crew foreman talks with the lead instructor for a moment, explaining that the road is blocked and the main class students are ordered into action. Clearing overgrowth is possibly the most common task for patrols, since the jungle here grows so quickly. The Special Forces candidates take positions around the main group while Max and Nico take rear guard duty with Colonel Black. The actual clearing duty only takes 4 at a time, 2 to cut with the saws provided by the village and 2 to clear debris. They rotate through every 15 minutes and the squad slowly makes progress. The next village is their overnight stop, and the destination of the road crew, who are extremely relieved to have the help. Their transport has a crane arm for clearing cut debris, but the Mecha are much faster. By the time they arrive, Max is certain he's heard the life story of half the cadets, but the crew's questions bother him. Aren't they asking a bit too much about the academy? And why would a local road crew even care? Chapter 25. Learning protocol. Max had scanned various minds from the work crew, but they all appeared to be honestly interested in the cadets, who are seen as the elite of society. That's relaxed Max, and he's about to exit this Mecha to grab dinner with the others when he senses that both Nico and Colonel Black are eating from the stored rations inside their Mecha. That makes him wonder what sort of test this trip might be. He watches the cadets chat and mingle with the road crew and it becomes incredibly clear, how could the academy not know road conditions? They must have known before leaving that this road was blocked, so the test is almost guaranteed to be about something that happened after that. Chatting with the locals, out of their Mecha, guard lowered. The test is operational security. It seems to be so harmless, but in a war zone you never know where a stranger's loyalty lies. So, Max heats up a ration pack and reclines his seat to get comfortable for the evening. At least Colonel Black has a cot inside the 10-meter-tall Crusader-class Mecha. They're a beautiful machine to Max. The top of the Mecha is covered with a curved armor shell, much like a turtle shell, extending over the shoulder joints, with a chest plate covering the torso from lower-angle fire. The arms of the Colonel's Mecha both have hard-mounted weapons, though the other 2 escorts have one hand and one hard-mounted weapon. The legs are also heavily armored. The only true weak point is the cooling fins at the back of the torso, or possibly the sensors. For that reason Crusaders often operate in groups of 3, so they can stand in a formation that covers all the backs of their units. Compared to them, the headless humanoid forms and exposed mechanical design of the line Mecha just looks inelegant. It doesn't help that the line Mecha are all painted gray and orange for visibility and to identify them as Academy Mecha. It's not exactly a flattering color combination. After dinner, watches are assigned, with Nico and Max getting first watch, along with one of the Special Forces units and 3 of the regular class. Colonel Black will be awake as well, but he's not officially on watch, since the students are supposed to be taking care of the duty. It's a quiet time, nobody speaking or moving, and only the sounds of small creatures in the forest keep them company. 2 hours later they are replaced by the next shift, and Max decides to follow the lead of Nico and the Special Forces cadets and nap inside his Mecha, as uncomfortable as it might be, instead of rolling out his sleeping bag near the fire to get a good night's sleep. That proves to be the best call, as just before dawn, the instructors start waking everyone up, shouting at them to get a move on and that it's time to go in 10 minutes. There was no set move-out time when his watch ended, so this must be a thing they do to keep the cadets on their toes. Since he's already in his Mecha, Max simply powers up and grabs the cleaning kit to wipe himself down before getting dressed. It's not like anyone can see him in here. He could pilot naked if he wanted to, but he suspects that the worn material of the chair will be much more comfortable with a uniform on. The pilot suit is a form of the standard issue coveralls, so it only takes a few seconds to slip into it and put on his boots, the automatic laces adjusting them to his legs with the coveralls tucked into the top. It's an odd thing that Nico does, but it's really comfortable, and keeps from stepping on the hem of his coveralls when he's in an awkward position during training. That leaves him some time to eat, and Max grabs a breakfast issue nutrient pack from the cabinet, finding that it's a generic fruit-flavored bar along with a pouch of some sort of dry cereal. The cereal bag he rips the corner from, so he can pour it into his mouth while piloting later, but the fruit bar he bites into now. It didn't look like much, but Max decides that the bars are actually pretty good. He just wishes that the breakfast pack came with a proper drink and didn't leave him sipping from the Mecha's drinking water supply. The military rations do come with more variety, but the cadets are kept on a monitored diet by the academy, designed by the Central Authority for Optimal Growth, supposedly. That's not much consolation when what you really needed in the morning was a coffee, or even a glass of juice to go with an exceptionally dry bag of mixed cereals. Colonel Black is impressed with this pair of cadets that the general is training. He was informed that they didn't know the field trip was also part of their scoring, and that the general didn't give them any advance warning of procedures or anything else, but they both seem to have understood what they should be doing without anyone needing to tell them, a quality the colonel appreciates in a potential officer. Before becoming senior officers, pilots are ranked by the mecha that they are qualified on. Line mecha pilots are almost all corporals, with the squad leaders being sergeants. Once qualified on the Corvette-class mecha, they will be promoted to second lieutenant and usually given command of a wing of light mecha. Most commonly in a fully mechanized battalion that would be 20-line mecha, though depending on troop numbers it might be more or less. If they make it to the Crusader-class mecha, they will start at captain and become majors with experience. After that it all starts to turn into politics, as the senior officers lead much larger units than wings of mecha. Most armies don't do things quite the same way, but in Kepler, they claim that skill is paramount, so the type of mecha a pilot uses determines their rank, treatment and even wages within the empire. It's understood that there's still a hierarchy though. An infantry sergeant might outrank the average line mecha pilot, but he will still never get the same treatment and respect as the pilots of the mighty war machines. Colonel Black doesn't much care for the tiered system, but as an academy principal on one insignificant planet out of hundreds, his opinion doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 26. Gravity of the situation. Once they were moving in the morning and headed back towards the academy, the instructors started to enlighten the cadets on all the mistakes and operational security breaches that they'd made during the previous day's journey. The list was long, and the students were more than a little horrified to hear about the potential ramifications of their actions as so vividly described by the instructors. Max simply enjoyed the vibrant green foliage as they maintained the sedate pace, not stopping for breaks this time, and listened for any actual decent advice that might be hidden among the reprimands. Mostly they were just getting chewed out though, for things they'd already been taught not to do, but forgot at the first hint of civilian admiration. General Tennant was waiting for them to return next to the mecha hangars, a big smile on his face that both cadets knew didn't bode well for their future. "Welcome back, cadets. I made you a very special training room that we can begin work in next week. It's got your physical simulators in it and everything. I'm sure you're going to love the new surroundings." The words are friendly and enthusiastic, but something about that greeting gives Max chills down his spine. When they reported to the training room in the morning, it was just as amazing as the general suggested though. He'd turned the disused training room into a full-on apartment for the cadets. 2 bedrooms, living room, kitchen, martial arts training room with a padded floor, the 3 mecha simulators that they use for their training, desks for book work, everything that they could need was in here. The thought that they might need to actually cook for themselves concerned Max a little. He knew how to reheat pre-made foods, but cooking from scratch was beyond him. "Don't look at me like that. You'll still be getting meals from the cafeteria. The kitchen is just for snacks and such, since you won't be leaving this suite until the next phase in your training is complete." General Tennant gave that same reassuring smile that always made Max think he was being tricked. As usual, he was correct. "Is this a gravity room, General?" Nico asks, standing by the control panel. "Exactly right. Every day for the next 2 months the gravity in this chamber will increase to help tone and refine your bodies." We will spend less time in the simulators over these next few months, and more in the gym. I've been informed that you've both gotten basic martial arts training, so we will be using that to improve your skills as well as your physical conditions. Not every planet you will land on has gravity as close to Imperial standard as Kepler Terminus. It's better that you're prepared for the change in advance. Once he's finished his speech, General Tennant turns on the gravity system and their body weights immediately increase by a third. The general seems fine, but Nico doesn't have a huge amount of strength and visibly struggles to move normally under the effect. With his already high strength, Max is doing better, but it still feels sluggish moving in this environment. First things first, let's see what you've got for martial arts skills, so I know where to work from. Cadets, into your coveralls and report to the gym in 10 minutes. The general instructs, watching them run to their new rooms. The interior of the training room has been remodeled to exactly replicate the inside of a Kepler interstellar transport ship, with walls painted Navy regulation blue-gray. The rooms were standard junior officer bunks, 3 meters long by 2 wide with a bed over a desk and a large locker. The gym too was a direct replica of the one on the last ship he served aboard. His idea was that the surroundings would be their new normal once they graduated, so the sooner he got them used to it the better. Plus, everything on board a ship was designed to survive rapid and extreme gravitational changes, should the ship's gravity field fluctuate or fail entirely. Both cadets were back out in a few minutes, excited to have seen that all their belongings were already present in their new rooms. General Tennant was surprised to see that they didn't have anything hidden in the not-so-secret crevices of the room or under mattresses. It was all safely stored in their lockers, as per regulation. All right, I'll have you two spar to start things off. Do you know multiple styles or just the one? General Tennant asks. A little bit of a bunch of different styles, sir. Nico answers, saving Max from coming up with an explanation of how he learned them all from her memory. Good, begin. The two cadets are much more skilled than the general expected, being so used to the ranged attacks first, last and only mentality that pervaded the Kepler kingdom. But since they were skilled, he could teach them even more without having to start from the very basics. Once you know one martial art, the basics of the others are much easier to learn, just a stylistic difference from what you already know. The style he wants to teach them is Mecha, an ancient close combat form passed down in his and many other military families that teaches their children both unarmed and knife-based fighting techniques. They seem to already know something similar, so General Tennant starts right in on the grappling techniques once he gets an understanding of their current level of ability. The additional gravity is a great benefit to Max, who rarely won a match before. Nico has troubles kicking him in this environment, so when the general moved them to grappling and close combat, her speed and agility advantage wasn't as noticeable. She's still much faster than he is, but it's not as overwhelming as when she's free to pick the style and use her legs to counteract Max's longer arms. Very good, now, try with these wooden sticks in place of knives. General Tennant instructs, eager to see how his cadets will come along. Chapter 27. Big changes. After a week in the gravity-enhanced environment, Max started to notice major changes to his physique. First was the expected toning of his body, which was a welcome improvement. The boyish softness was disappearing in favor of a chiseled look better suited to a proper soldier. Since all the kids are taken away to military academies at age 12, Max had never seen anyone go through puberty in this life, and it hadn't previously seemed like an important memory to look up, so the whole process took him by surprise. Not as much as the changes to his face though. He had often wondered which of his parents he would look like, but looking in the mirror now, shaving the scraggly blonde beard from his youthful face, he recognized this face. Not a mix of his parents but his own face from his previous life. It was the first memory of his past life that had ever triggered, and all Max could do is stare at himself and try to recall something, anything else about that past life. But nothing was coming to him. He wondered if the system is upgrading his entire body back to what it was in his past life, or if it's an effect of being reincarnated. Because from what little he had learned of biology, his current appearance makes no sense. For one, his height has shot up to 180 centimeters over the week, a full 15 centimeters taller than his father. Combined with the physique and the face, he no longer resembles his current family at all. A small blessing, but an important one in his opinion. If Max is stunned by his changes, Nico is only annoyed. Her growth stopped at 145 centimeters tall and stubbornly refuses to increase. She's gained a lot of strength this week though, since her stat was so low to start with. She reminds him of the professional bodybuilders he had seen on the data net as a kid. Every muscle in her body was visible and rippled when she moved. Compared to his own square jaw and strong Roman nose, her facial features looked very angular, elfin and delicate. That was a cruel joke to Max though. There was nothing delicate about his friend. Now that her strength has mostly adjusted to the constantly increasing gravity, she routinely beat him down during training. But not for much longer. Nico might have the advantage of experience, but Max was quickly catching up in skills. The new style General Tenant was teaching them seemed tailor-made for him, and he was confident one day soon he would be the one to secure the wins. Just a little more speed and dexterity should do it. Max had just got his coveralls on when the general came in with one of the school doctors, who almost missed a step as the effect of the additional gravity hit him. Weekly checkup for you both, plus your central governed mandated birth control shots now that you've reached puberty. The fleet doesn't want any incidents during academy training after all. General Tenant laughs. Max supposes that makes sense. With co-ed facilities and hundreds of hormonal adolescents, it's only natural that at least a few romantic relationships would form. The Kepler military doesn't mind that, they just don't approve of unnecessary downtime. The checkup was a simple thing, just checking their progress. Max read the doctor's mind as he worked, learning that his physical progress was well ahead of what the doctor expected for his stat bonuses, which he credited to the gravity training. General Tenant assigned them a morning warm-up of stretches, push-ups and burpees while he went back outside with the doctor to discuss the results. So Doc, what did you find? As we already knew, Cadet Nico's family is indeed that ancient Kareth military family, and not from Kepler Terminus originally. The size is totally normal for them. In fact, the mecha formerly belonging to the main branch of her family are still in storage and reported to be sized too small in the cockpit for most users. The surprise was Cadet Max. Despite his birth records, the genome search shows he is not a native of Kepler Terminus either. His mother certainly is, but we will need to research who his father is. What I can tell you is that he reacts exceptionally well to the system, and all other forms of nanotechnology. The doctor confirms General Tenant's suspicions. Thanks Doc, I owe you one. I'll have someone look into both families. Alpha-level compatibility doesn't just come out of nowhere like that. There's got to be something we're missing. The doctor goes back to his work and General Tenant heads back inside to put the cadets through another day of training. The gravity training is working wonders and their bodies have almost stabilized enough to move on to the next phase of training, moving from simulators to actual mecha. While the experience is very similar, live mecha training teaches responsibility. Cadets will be forced to assist in the repairs and maintenance of the units they damage in training, alongside the mechanical classes, and it teaches them respect for the equipment and their fellow soldiers. At least for most of them it does. This phase of training in the other classes is where the determinations of potential officer promotions begin to be made, with the cadets' attitudes and leadership abilities being put on full display in a real-world scenario. For these two it's already obvious they're qualified, and that Cadet Max is more of the everyman's leader, while Cadet Nico has all the grace and charm of a drill instructor with a sore tooth. She's a great tactician, and a good leader, but she's better suited to scaring cadets into action than inspiring patriotism in the masses. Perhaps he could arrange for her to be Cadet Max's executive officer. General Tenant has friends in the commissariat, the Army's police and internal logistics department, and he could have them send someone here early to give the cadets a dose of additional training. A well-trained commissar handles a unit's provisioning, with logistics officers and staff doing the legwork. They're also tasked with handling discipline matters, and are the perfect choice for an executive officer, a unit's second in command. General Tenant decides to add it to the list of required topics for the semester, despite the cadets already having their hands full with physical training. Chapter 28. Good friends. To have 2 days after General Tenant reached out with his offer of Venetian brandy, a high-quality liquor favored by Kepler officers, it drew an unusual face to the academy on Kepler Terminus. Inquisitor Wolf, of Central Command Internal Affairs Investigation Department, was not a figure that anyone usually looked forward to seeing. His words alone could have entire academies closed, or battalions brought up on charges. Due to this reputation and level of power wiring the Kepler Kingdom, seeing an Internal Affairs Inquisitor was considered very bad luck. But he wasn't here to reprimand anyone, he wanted to see the cadets that his uncle was training as successors. The old man was notoriously picky, and if he said these would make good successors when properly trained, Wolf was happy to help. He had arrived in the causal slacks and polo shirt version of his uniform instead of full regalia to try to ease the anxiety of the academy, but he could still see everyone tense as he walked by. He would have come in civilian clothing, but it had been 30 years since he owned any. Duty was his life, and an inquisitor was never truly off duty. He easily found the training area that was being used by the general due to the distinct lack of foot traffic nearby. Stepping inside, he was almost floored by the gravity change from the outside normal to easily twice imperial standard. Unlike a mecha pilot who required a high-ranked system to advance, inquisitors only needed intelligence and dedication. Wolf only had a gamma-ranked system, so even in his middle years, he could just barely match the strength these alpha-ranked cadets attained without modifiers. The two cadets, Max and Nico if he recalled correctly, were sparring when he came in. Coveralls tied at the waist and gray tank tops sweat-soaked, they'd obviously been training for a while already this morning. He also noticed that the reinforced training batons they were using were bent from the force of the impacts. He wasn't sure if it was the gravity or another part of their training, but these cadets were monsters. Having over 100 bonus points while still in primary training, with a 2-point base, alpha rankers were just built differently. They also seemed to be using his family's variant of Kep Maga, which could only have come from the general. He really was going all out for his successors. When they heard his boots cross the threshold, both stood facing Inquisitor Wolf and gave the fist to the chest Kepler salute. Inquisitor on the deck, Nico called out and General Tenant came sauntering out from the other room, smiling at the new arrival. Nephew, thanks for coming. Cadets, this is Inquisitor Wolf, he will be teaching you the duties of a commissar over the next few weeks. Diversity of input is important, so I won't be teaching you this myself, only examining you on what you've learned. Thank you for educating us, Inquisitor. The cadets answer in unison. I'm here as an instructor today, so you may call me Major Wolf. General, how much do they know about discipline rules and requisitions? I had them memorize the Imperial Handbook, so they know the theory, but we haven't touched on it yet. That makes Major Wolf's job easier. He won't have to undo years of local indoctrination on planetary loyalty, customs and standards. Discipline is as much about motivation as punishment, and a proper commissar needs to balance the two aspects well to keep their troops at maximum efficiency. That holds especially true for a mixed force that contains infantry. More bodies means more issues, and many infantry soldiers are little better than conscripts, serving out a term of service so they can go home. For those planets where the system didn't take well among the population, or where mecha piloting isn't as culturally ingrained, sending annual regiments of infantry to the war effort is common practice. They serve 10 years and then the survivors return home to a civilian life. We will start with a knowledge quiz. After physical training, hit the showers and return in casual uniform. Max and Nico return to their match, having only a few minutes left in the session. Max is certain he's about to win this time when he captures Nico's wrist and twists. He's stronger, so it's only a matter of seconds and he'll have her pinned. General Tenant gives him an approving look that neither cadet notices, but Inquisitor Wolf shakes his head. He's lost. How do you see that? That's a textbook lock. General Tenant asks quietly. Exactly, it's textbook. You recall the gang wars at the salt mines. Victory is the only virtue. That bunch of savages, the general says, thinking deeply. Just like them. Just as he says it, Max pulls Nico in close for the pin and she very clearly bites him, making him flinch. Before he can recover, her flexible body has folded in half and she's got his neck in a secure choke hold between her thighs. Max does his best to hold out, but ends up tapping out first. You bit me. Lies and slander. I did no such thing. You know I can read your mind, right? Then why did you let me bite you? The two officers share a laugh as the banter fades behind the sounds of the showers. Are they always so competitive? Wolf asks. It's even worse inside the mecha. They're both fanatics and hate losing to each other, but they're still pretty evenly matched for now. Give them another year or two at the most to activate their first few system abilities and it should sort itself out. The general confirms. You've got your hands full then. But don't worry, teaching them the reality of commanding and provisioning a unit won't take long at all if they're that dedicated. I hope you're intending the small one for commissar. The big one seems like a genuinely good person. We need more like that in command. General Tenant smiles at his nephew. I knew we'd see things the same way. That's why I reached out to you for their training. If we had to separate them, it would be a waste of talent. Chapter 29. Rules and rules. Inquisitor Wolf was just as intense of a teacher as General Tennant was, taking over a 3-hour slot of their mornings. There was no gentle start, no introductory exercises, instead he started them directly with the task of provisioning a newly formed battalion. They spent an hour going over the relevant sections of the regulations, and then the cadets were dropped directly into the virtual reality scenario as the commanding officers. As the instructors hoped, they fell naturally into the roles, meaning that after they compiled the list of necessities, Nico mercilessly referred everyone to Max for final signatures while working out the budgeting with the department heads created by the simulation. The whole scenario takes place aboard an Imperial light cruiser, the sort of vessel that carries Special Forces strike squads to their destinations. Both senior officers decided this was the best location for it, since that was likely to be their first command, and the plasteel walls covered in gray-blue paint is what their training area was designed to duplicate, keeping a sense of total integration between inside and outside the simulation. The idea that the general has was to make them forget that they were cadets while they were training, and have everything flow seamlessly from one task to another. In theory, it should help smooth their transition from the academy to a duty station. Drawing on Nico's memories from her previous life, the cadets agreed to leave every department a bit of discretionary money after the necessities were ordered. The staff in the scenario are programmed to behave as normal soldiers would, and not long after receiving their instructions they start returning to Max with requisition orders for additional items that weren't on the list. Most of these things were fine to approve, but he did catch a number of questionable orders. Either overpriced, not itemized, or straight up unnecessary. He's almost through the list when he sees a requisition order for training equipment, in the quantity of 2 crates with no additional details but with Nico's signature on it. Max uses his innate talent to see what she was up to and finds that the crates have sports equipment, musical instruments, playing cards and other such items in them. Entertainment and leisure items aren't on the approved list for their requisition, but nothing in the crate is specifically prohibited. Max signs off on it, and when the orders are placed the scenario ends, bringing them back to reality. Let's see how you did, cadets. I believe in a level of officer autonomy, so I didn't watch inside the scenario. Instead I will audit your requisition orders as a commissariat officer. Inquisitor Wolf informs them with his unnerving toothy smile and starts going through the budget and orders. They've come in 5% under budget, a good sign, and the items look good. The scan from his data tablet says they got everything necessary, plus most of the additional items that new commanders miss if they micromanage their staff. Just like Max did, he notices the training equipment order, but only has the order sheet to go by. So, he pulls up the data from the training scenario and checks the content to find out if they missed one of the planted corrupt logistics officers and ended up with contraband in their order. What he finds are 2 very standard enlisted troops motivational shipments. Ordered as they were, they're not technically prohibited, but most cadets and rookie officers would deny them as wasteful spending and then end up with a low unit motivation score when their scenario is run through the preset mission metrics by the simulation program. Overall, he's very impressed with this first attempt, even if a number of their quantities are off from what is actually required, and they missed almost every efficiency upgrade because they didn't force the departments to collaborate on their orders. With Kepler's advanced technology, many specialty items can be replaced with a single multi-tool. He sets the simulator to complete the mission the cadets were assigned to prepare for with their approved requisitions, getting back a score of 73 points, comfortably passing, but not nearly good enough for his standards. Barely passable, high scores for readiness and morale, low scores for efficiency, spare parts supply and ammunition reserves. He informs the eager cadets once the data is compiled. Tomorrow, we will be going over the extensive list of mistakes you made. Expect it to take all 3 hours. Max decides Major Wolf's smile is a lot like Major Payne's. It looks friendly, but it really isn't. 3 hours worth of mistakes for a 2-hour simulation has got to be a lot, certainly far more than Max thought he'd made. The lecture was just as painfully long as Max feared, but over the course of the next 2 weeks he learned an incredible amount about supply consumption by military units and the variety of Kepler technology which quietly powers military society. Which led him to the inevitable conclusion that energy weapons are underrated. Sure, they might not be as effective as projectiles and explosives, but the sheer volume of munitions that are required for an extended bombardment are mind-boggling. Even with the Kepler Kingdom's caseless artillery rounds that the battle cannon of a Crusader-class mecha uses, it's still a struggle to store more than a few hundred in the giant mecha. That's more than enough for a normal battle scenario according to the regulations, but Max isn't sure who defined that term, or if they'd ever personally seen combat. While they finished their crash course in basic provisioning, their afternoon physical training was starting to pay dividends for Max. His dexterity and speed had been growing at a rapid pace even though his strength stat had barely advanced, making everything from martial arts to mecha piloting easier for him. He didn't have to struggle to keep up with the maneuvers anymore, the pace was almost comfortable to him now, and General Tennant had declared they were almost done with the line mecha training. Once he was satisfied with their provisioning skills, Inquisitor Wolf moved on to troop discipline in combat scenarios. Methods, theories, and how everything from deployment formations and equipment to the availability of a field cafeteria instead of reheated rations could affect behavior. Unlike provisioning, that topic would not be done quickly, with the plan being that he would spend the entire semester on that portion of their officers' training. The end of the second week also marked their final checkup from the doctor, to determine if their body's development had stabilized after the system enhancement at 100 bonus points. Both cadets really hoped he would say it had, because that was the last thing that General Tennant was waiting on to change their piloting courses. The Corvette-class mecha were faster, more responsive and more heavily armed. Piloting them with a developing body could lead to internal injuries, which would delay training even more than waiting until the cadets were fully prepared. For that reason the Academy didn't usually teach it at all. The lower the grade of system compatibility a soldier has, the closer to a systemless human their growth rate becomes. Everything relating to youths in society was based around that fact. Even the age of adulthood was set at 2 years after system-induced puberty finished, since that was when their mind and body could be expected to be fully developed. For Alpha rank cadets, that often meant during primary training. For Delta ranks, that could be after their university years if their early training was slow to progress. The doctor's response wasn't as good as hoped. Their Alpha grade systems were causing more changes than usual to the existing state of their bodies, and they'd need more time to adapt before moving on to new forms of training. Part of that delay was also due to the gravity training continually increasing their abilities, which prolonged the change, so General Tennant altered the schedule a little. Instead of teaching them new piloting tricks, next they'd learn mecha maintenance after their morning command lessons. Chapter 30. Broken Toys. At noon the next day Colonel Black arrives with 2 damaged line mecha for the cadets to diagnose and repair. They'd been damaged by the senior class during their live fire training, and he thought the damage on these units perfectly suited the way that cadets Max and Nico had treated their simulated machines during the qualification exams. Enough chatting cadets, let's get to work. I picked these 2 damaged mecha specifically for the pair of you, based on your combat styles. Somebody thought her mecha was an acrobatics cyborg and would have blown out a load of seals in the hydraulic systems. Colonel Black can't help but smile at the memory of Nico climbing up the parkade building, and the various barricades and obstacles she navigated during the examination. And someone else thinks that if he can't see the target, it can't see him, so I've brought you a mecha with blown capacitors and scorched armor isolators all over the unit. Both cadets chuckle, knowing that this is going to be a long day, but it was mostly self-inflicted. No level of mistake, no matter how small, goes unpunished under General Tennant's watch, so even though their exam was virtual, he'd found a way to make them do the repairs in reality. They go over all the damaged areas, and Colonel Black hands each a data tablet with the diagnosis and repair information for the Kepler line mecha in it and instructs them to get to work. Just like Inquisitor Wolf, his theory is to see what they can make of the available information on their own. Nico has some maintenance memories from her previous life, which Max has already reviewed, finding them only partially relevant due to differences in technology, but both cadets had taken the time to read and understand the textbooks on the basic theories and techniques of Kepler Empire mecha design and repair long before coming to the Academy. They couldn't bear to call themselves a true fan of mecha as they didn't understand how they worked, after all. The work begins slowly after they finish making notes on the visible damages, and Colonel Black starts offering advice and assistance as soon as the actual repairs begin. No, you remove the end pin, then the C-clip before unscrewing the cap, or it will jam and you'll have to start over. The Colonel instructs Cadet Nico, pointing out the correct way to disassemble a particular type of hydraulic ram. Nico's day has been the much more mechanical of the 2 cadets. The unit Max is repairing just got shot a bunch of times, so he's mostly removing and replacing armor plates and energy absorption capacitors over and over, then checking electrical circuits and the internal structure for damage. Nico has rebuilt 4 electric motors and 24 hydraulic cylinders so far, thanks to the overload damage the unit she is working on suffered when the pilot managed to fall off an elevated walkway. It's still functional, but leaking from basically everywhere. The systems are redundant and isolated, so there are dozens and dozens of small damaged parts from the mecha's fall. In subsequent maneuvers to finish the course, I should really have apologized to the repair staff in my last life. I brought them machines in much worse condition than this. Nico muses silently, going over both past life memories and her new learning to get this job done as quickly as possible. That looks good, Cadet Max. Double check all your left arm securements and then we can sign off on that arm. Cadet Nico, power up the unit and check for torso joint leaks. Colonel Black actually enjoys spending all his time in the shop, away from the politics and nonsense involved in running an academy. He asked for the transfer to this duty station specifically to get out of the political trap he had gotten himself promoted into. No senior officer truly escapes politics though, as they're an integral part of every company command level and up posting. That being the case, a whole afternoon, with only 2 cadets, not even ones from the maintenance program, was almost a perfect day at work for him. If his old friend the general would bring some brandy, it might actually be perfect. Once the mechanical repairs are done, the cadets clean the units, then run a double system check for damages and leaks, and finally refresh the academy regulation paint on their armor. By the time they're done, the 2 units work better than new, properly tweaked and tuned with every little lingering problem common to a training mecha solved. And that's 2 correctly serviced mecha, ready for their next deployment. Enjoy your evenings and I will return tomorrow with more units for you to work on. Second break is over, and the senior cadets are nearing graduation, so every day they will have more mecha to repair, so many that the repair class students dread this final semester every year. The instructors say that it's part of their training, the rush to get units operational during a battle, but the developing minds of the young cadets always have problems truly appreciating that the reality would actually be much, much worse than what they receive in the academy. It's a bit like heaven for the mecha-loving Max though. He's literally up to his elbows in a real-life line mecha, testing systems and replacing the composite armor plates that seem to get heavily damaged every training run. They're built of sandwiched layers of a resin-impregnated cloth and an advanced ceramic inside a metallic shell, designed to absorb impact, energy and heat and dissipate it without damaging the structure they're mounted to. Deliberately sacrificial to save the components that actually keep the mecha working underneath. The design makes a lot of work for maintenance crews, but it's far easier than repairing the more complex armored shell of the Crusader-class mecha. Most of these line mecha armor plates Max can maneuver by hand, even in the increased gravity of their training building. The plates for a Crusader-class mecha require a crane and multiple team members to safely remove. Chapter 31. New function. It is while Max is working on one of the line mecha damaged by the Special Forces class that his system decides that he needs an upgrade. Most alpha rank users will get an additional function at some point in their school lives, since they become available after 50 points, with a second one likely after 100. The biggest question is what they'll get. Function activating. New system function added. Unit optimization. The system will assist the user in maintaining peak performance of their mecha unit. Touch required for activation. Max marvels at the notification for a while, wondering just what exactly the system is going to do for him. But, when he touches the screen to run a system diagnostic on the next line mecha, a new interface opens in his mind, like a heads-up display. 42 faults found, efficiency reduced by 37%, correct now. Max decides to see just what the system is doing, when a drop of his blood, then another and a third fall from his fingers onto the screen, quickly soaking in. Within seconds the damaged interior is pristine again, so Max exits the unit to see what still needs done and what the nanobots that form his system can do themselves. The wires and hydraulic hoses are mending themselves as he watches, and then a notification pops up in his mind, telling him which armor plates and mechanical components need replacing. Max simply follows the list, swapping damaged components as he goes until everything is done. Optimization complete. That is an absolutely incredible function. It will only perform the most basic of repairs, reattaching broken wires and mending hoses using the existing material, but the diagnostic ability alone makes it more than worth it. Before he can sign off on this unit he needs to systems test it, so Max straps himself in the cockpit and powers up the unit. The controls respond the instant that he wishes them to, none of the usual lag of outdated programs and decades of patched software. The interior lighting is just right, and when he takes it for the test walk around the shop, the controls are exactly at his preferred sensitivity. In short, the unit is perfect, better than the day it first came off the assembly line, and optimized to his own preference. In a higher quality mecha, the difference will be even greater. His speed and dexterity might not be amazing, at least not yet, but at this point, it almost doesn't matter, since the system has optimized the unit to his preference and ability. Colonel Black, I've got another unit ready for final checks. Max calls, opening the hatch to jump out onto the ground, and the colonel comes over to double-check his work. To the colonel, the unit is not quite as perfect, as it's optimized for Max and not him, but the quality of the repairs is immediately evident. Excellent work, cadet. Whatever you did to the software is working exactly right. Praise from the head mechanic and principal of the school is hard to come by, so Max is going to savor this moment for a while he starts in on another unit. This one is entirely inoperative, it won't even boot up, but as soon as Max touches it, the system function activates again. Unit inoperable. Performing emergency diagnostics. Solution. Replace power capacitor 7A and cycle power circuits to begin diagnostics. Max follows the instructions